Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The full moon hung over the Palatine Hills, bathing the region in its silvery light, as a gray-furred wolf carried two small babies towards her den. It was no ordinary night. It was the night that Rome's destiny would begin to be woven together, although no one yet knew it. The wolf, known among her people as Lupa, had found the twins abandoned near the Tiber River, their cries echoing through the night like an ancestral call. Lupa was no ordinary wolf. She was the leader of an ancient lineage that, for generations, had maintained a secret pact with the humans of the region, a sacred agreement that allowed both species to coexist in harmony, each respecting the other's boundaries and territories. Upon finding the babies, she recognized in them the marks of the prophecy her matriarch had shared. Two children of royal blood who would forever change the balance between the world of men and that of wolves. The years passed quickly in the den at the foot of the Palatine Hill. Romulo and Remus grew up under the care not only of Lupa, but of the entire pack. They learned to run with wolves, hunt like them, and understand the secrets of nature. Even so, their human nature remained present, manifesting itself in different ways in each of the brothers. Romulo, the oldest by minutes, demonstrated an insatiable curiosity for the world beyond the forest. He observed with fascination distant human settlements, their constructions, and the way they organized their lives. His brown eyes always sparkled when he saw the caravans of merchants crossing the plains, carrying stories and knowledge from distant lands. Remus, on the other hand, felt completely at home among the wolves. His connection with nature was deep and instinctive. He preferred nights with a full moon, when the pack gathered to hunt, and showed little interest in men's affairs. For him, true wisdom lay in the teachings of the forest and the ancient laws that governed wildlife. As the twins approached adulthood, the differences between them began to become more evident. During a particularly challenging hunt, when they were chasing a deer across the valley, their differences came to a head. Romulus insisted on using strategies he had observed in human hunters, while Remus preferred to rely on traditional wolf methods. "Brother," said Romulus, as they caught their breath after the successful hunt, "have you ever thought that we could unite the best of both worlds? The wisdom of wolves with the ingenuity of men?" Remus frowned, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Men do not understand the balance of nature, Romulus. They build walls, divide the land, and forget the old alliances." It was at this time that an unexpected event changed the course of their lives. A group of nearby shepherds, chasing a wolf that had supposedly attacked their flocks, ended up discovering the brothers. The news spread quickly. The legendary twins, raised by wolves, were real. And not only that, they were the long-lost heirs to the throne of Alba Longa. Faustulus, the leader of the shepherds and secret guardian of the ancient pact between men and wolves, recognized the marks of royalty in the young. He revealed to the brothers their true origin. They were children of Rhea Silvia, a Vestral princess, and the god Mars. They had been abandoned as babies by order of their usurper uncle, who feared losing the throne. This revelation unleashed a storm of emotions and questions among the brothers. Romulo saw this as an opportunity to create something new, a city that could be a bridge between the two worlds he knew. His dreams were grand. He imagined a society where the wisdom of wolves and the progress of men could coexist in harmony. We can build something extraordinary, he argued with his brother during their long nightly conversations. A city that respects both the laws of man and nature. Remus, however, felt torn. The idea of abandoning life with the Pack, the only family he had truly known, caused him deep concern. What about the Pact? He questioned. How can we ensure that a city doesn't end up destroying everything wolves have protected for generations? Lupa, observing the growing conflict between the brothers, knew that the prophesied moment had arrived. On a new moon night, he gathered the twins and shared with them the complete truth about the ancestral pact. It was not just a peace agreement, but a promise that one day the time would come when men and wolves would find a new way to coexist. You carry within you both the blood of kings and the spirit of wolves, said Lupa, her golden eyes shining in the darkness. Your destiny is intertwined with something greater than you can imagine. Lupa's words weighed heavily on the brothers as they contemplated their future. The decision to found a new city had been made, but the path to achieving it was far from clear. The differences between their views began to create tensions that went beyond simple fraternal disagreements. As they prepared to begin their journey, an ancient prophecy echoed through the valleys. When the children of the she-wolf build walls between the worlds, the pact will be tested as never before. The fate of Rome will depend on the balance between wild nature and the order of men. The decision to found a new city brought unrest never seen before to the region. The brothers, accompanied by a small group of loyal followers, a mix of shepherds who knew the secret of the pact and young adventurers drawn to the legend of twins raised by wolves, began exploring the hills in search of the perfect place to establish their settlement. Romulo, with his pragmatic outlook, evaluated each elevation considering strategic aspects: proximity to the river, ease of defense, soil quality. Remus, always attentive to the signs of nature, was concerned about the ancient wolf paths and sacred areas that should not be disturbed. During their explorations, they discovered traces of ancient civilizations in the hills, shards of pottery, old stone foundations, mysterious symbols carved into rocks. Each discovery provoked different reactions from the brothers. For Romulus, they were signs that those lands were always destined for human greatness. For Remus, they were reminders of how ephemeral the works of men were in the face of the eternity of nature. One afternoon, while they were resting in the shade of a centuries-old oak, they were surprised by an old hermit who lived in the hills. The man, whose eyes seemed to carry the weight of many winters, introduced himself as Tatius, a guardian of ancient traditions. He knew well the stories of the pact between men and wolves, and had dedicated his life to preserving this knowledge. The signs are everywhere, said Tazio, pointing to marks on the trees that the brothers had never noticed. This land is a meeting point between worlds. The ancients knew this and respected the sacred boundaries. The old man shared with them stories of a time when humans and wolves worked together as guardians of natural balance. He spoke of forgotten rituals and how harmony between species had brought prosperity to everyone. His words touched the brothers deeply, but in different ways. Romulo saw in those stories the possibility of creating something new, a city that incorporated this ancient wisdom into its very foundations. He imagined temples that honored both the gods of men and the spirits of nature, and laws that protected the ancestral pact. We can build something that has never been seen before, he argued enthusiastically. A city that is an example to the whole world of how civilization can grow in harmony with nature. Remus, although he admired his brother's vision, could not help but see the contradictions inherent in the project. How can we ensure that the walls we build do not become barriers between the worlds? He questioned. How can we prevent the city's growth from ending up destroying the very thing we want to preserve? Tensions between the brothers grew as they advanced their plans. Every decision regarding the exact location of the city, the layout of the buildings, even the name they would give to the settlement, became a reason for heated debate. The pack, led by Lupa, watched these discussions with growing concern. One night during a wolf council meeting, a young wolf named Luna expressed a concern that many shared. Lupa's human cubs are divided in their hearts. If they do not find a way to reconcile their views, the pact may be broken forever. Lupa knew Luna was right. The brothers needed to find a balance before their differences became irreconcilable. He then decided to share with them secret kept by the pack. Beneath the hills, there was a network of sacred caves, places where the first agreements between men and wolves had been sealed. Guided by Lupa, the brothers entered that underground world. In the torchlight, they saw ancient paintings on the cave walls, images of men and wolves hunting together, sharing territory, protecting each other. In a central chamber, they found a stone altar with symbols that represented the union of the two worlds. This is the heart of the pact, Lupa explained. Here, your ancestors swore to maintain the balance between the wild world and the world of man. Now, it is up to you to find a way to honor that oath as you build your future. The experience in the sacred caves had a profound impact on the brothers. Romulus began to better understand the importance of preserving wild spaces, while Remus began to see that some kind of change was inevitable and necessary. However, his fundamental views on how to proceed still remained distant. As more followers joined their ranks, drawn by rumors of the wolf princes founding a new city, the pressures grew. Each group brought its own expectations and demands, making the task of maintaining the balance promised by the pact even more complex. Among the newcomers was a young priestess named Hercelia, who seemed to intuitively understand the importance of what the brothers were trying to accomplish. She brought with her ancient knowledge about how other cultures had managed to maintain a connection with the natural world, even as they built their cities. The secret is not in choosing between one world or another, she said, but in finding ways that both can coexist and strengthen each other. His words offered a new perspective on the brothers' conflict. But the real challenge was yet to come. As the moon rose in the night sky, the time approached when they would need to make definitive decisions about the future of their city, decisions that would test not only their brotherly bond, but also the very essence of the ancestral pact they swore to protect. With the arrival of more and more followers, and the growing need to make definitive decisions, Romulo and Remus faced a crucial moment. Hercelia's presence brought a new dimension to the debates between the brothers, especially during the nightly rituals she conducted to honor both the gods of men and the spirits of natures. On one such night, as the group gathered around a sacred fire, a lone wolf emerged from the darkness. It was Sombra, one of the oldest members of Lupa's pack, known for his wisdom. His unexpected presence silenced everyone present, and even Hercelia, with all her experience in sacred rituals, felt the power of the moment. Sombra approached Remus first, who instinctively understood the message in his golden eyes. The pack was restless about the coming changes. Then the wolf turned to Romulus, and in his gaze was a challenge, a silent reminder of the responsibilities that came with the ancestral pact. The wolves show us that it is time to act, Remus declared, breaking the silence. We can't just keep planning and debating. Romulus agreed, but added, we must act wisely. Every decision we make now will affect future generations of both men and wolves. Hercelia, observing the interaction between the brothers and Sombra, suggested a ritual to consecrate the territory before any construction began. It was an ancient tradition she had learned, which involved marking sacred boundaries and establishing points of connection between the civilized world and the wild. Preparations for the ritual took several days. Romulus supervised the construction of small altars at the cardinal points of the chosen territory, while Remus worked with the pack to identify and mark the wolves' ancestral paths that needed to be preserved. During this period, Tatius, the old hermit, revealed to his brothers the existence of an ancient prophecy related to the founding of the city. According to him, the success of the venture would depend on the founder's ability to see with the eyes of the wolf and think with the mind of man. The tension between the brothers reached a new level when they began to discuss the exact location of the city walls. Romulo insisted on a position that offered better defense, but that would cut off an old path for wolves. Remus was vehemently opposed, arguing that violating that sacred route would bring misfortune upon everyone. We can't just ignore centuries of tradition, Remus exclaimed, his voice full of emotion. These paths are the veins of the earth. They carry the essence of the pact we swore to protect, and we cannot ignore the safety of the people who trust us, replied Romulo. A vulnerable city will serve neither men nor wolves. The argument could have escalated into a larger conflict if not for the intervention of Luna, the young wolf, who had expressed her concerns earlier. She appeared at the camp, carrying in her teeth a branch from a sacred tree, a sign that both Remus and Romulus recognized as a call to reconciliation. Hercelia, realizing the importance of the moment, suggested that the brothers spend a night keeping vigil in the sacred caves, seeking guidance from the ancestral spirits. The proposal was accepted, and under the light of the crescent moon, Romulus and Remus descended once again to that underground world, deep beneath the earth, separated from their followers and the direct influence of their differing views. The brothers found a moment of clarity. The paintings on the walls seemed to come to life in the flickering torchlight, telling stories of cooperation and adaptation over the centuries. Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way, mused Romulus, looking at a particular image that showed wolves and men hunting side by side. It's not about choosing between protection and tradition, but about finding a way to have both. Remus, who was studying other symbols on the opposite wall, replied, "The ancients did not build walls to separate, but to define sacred spaces. Each boundary was also a meeting point." This new perspective led the brothers to develop a modified plan for the city. Instead of a single continuous wall, they proposed a series of structures that respected natural paths and created transition points between the civilized and savage worlds. Each gate would be not only an entrance to the city, but a reminder of the pact between men and wolves. When they emerged from the caves the next morning, they brought with them not only a new plan, but a deeper understanding of their mission. The challenge was not simply to build a city, but to create a new kind of place where ancient traditions could coexist with the needs of the present. Hercelia, observing the change in her brothers, organized a ceremony to present the new plan to her followers and the pack. Under the watchful eye of Lupa and with the blessing of Tadius, Romulus and Remus presented their renewed vision for what would become Rome. "Our city will be unique," declared Romulo to the mixed assembly of humans and wolves. "Your walls will not be barriers, but bridges between worlds. Every stone we lay will be a testimony to the pact that brought us here," Remus added, "and every full moon the gates will remain open so the wolves can walk their ancient paths. The city will live to the rhythm of both men and nature." The proposal was met with approval by both human followers and the pack. Even the most skeptical began to see the possibility of a future where the old promises could be kept in a new era. However, as preparations for the start of construction progressed, disturbing signs began to emerge. Birds flew in strange patterns, and the older wolves in the pack appeared agitated. Something in the air suggested that the true test of the pact was yet to come. The restlessness of the animals and the signs of nature were not without reason. As construction work began, series of mysterious events began to occur around the territory chosen for the future Rome. Younger wolves in the pack reported seeing strange shadows moving in the night, and some of the human followers swore they heard ancient voices echoing through the valley. Hercelia, always attentive to sacred signs, began to perform daily protection rituals. During one of these ceremonies, she entered a type of deep trance and shared a disturbing vision. The pact will be tested not only by the will of the living, but by the spirits of those who came before. Concern increased when they discovered ancient marks on some of the stones that were being used to build the first foundations. Tatius recognized the symbols as belonging to a long-forgotten civilization, which had also attempted to establish a connection between the worlds of men and beasts. "They failed," explained the old hermit, his eyes filled with concern, "and your failure has left scars on this land that have not yet completely healed." Romulo and Remus understood that they needed to act with even more caution. They decided to perform a purification ritual in each place where they found the ancient marks, combining the traditions they had learned from the wolves and the sacred knowledge of Hercelia. During one of these ceremonies, something extraordinary happened. Luna, the young wolf, began to behave strangely, as if responding to a call that no one else could hear. She guided the brothers to an area that had not yet been explored, where they discovered the entrance to yet another cave, different from those they already knew. Inside this new cave, they found evidence that the site had been used as an ancient temple, where rituals connecting men and wolves were performed. The walls were covered with paintings more elaborate than any they had seen before, showing scenes from a story that seemed to be a warning. "This shows what happens when the balance is broken," said Remus, studying a particular sequence of images that depicted a city in ruins and wolves retreating for good. Hercelia spent hours examining the symbols and finally came to a sobering conclusion. This place was not just a temple, but a point of power where the Pact itself was first sealed. Building a city here is not just a challenge, it is a sacred responsibility. The discovery brought a new dimension to the brothers' project. It wasn't enough to just respect the wolves' paths and create transitional spaces. It was necessary to actively incorporate the site's ancient energy into every aspect of the building. Romulus, ever practical, began redesigning the city's plans so that the main temples and public buildings aligned with the points of power identified in the cave. Remus, in turn, worked with the Pact to establish rituals that would keep the spiritual connection alive even after the city was built. But not everyone was happy with these changes. Some of the newer followers, who did not fully understand the importance of the Pact, began to question why so much effort was being devoted to pleasing the wolves. Rumors of discontent began to circulate around the camp. The situation worsened when a group of hunters arrived in the region, bringing stories of other settlements that had prospered without worrying about old alliances or mystical pacts. His words found receptive ears among the most skeptical. Why limit ourselves because of superstitions? They questioned. A city needs to grow free, without the constraints of the past. The brothers found themselves facing their first true test of leadership. It was necessary to find a way to maintain unity among his followers without compromising the fundamental principles they had sworn to protect. It was Lupa who offered a solution. During the night of a full moon, she summoned both wolves and humans to demonstrate the power of the Pact. In front of everyone, she and other members of the Pact performed an ancient ritual dance, moving in perfect synchronization with Hercelia and other practitioners of the sacred mysteries. The spectacle was both beautiful and frightening, demonstrating unequivocally that there was more at stake than simple traditions. The energy generated by the ritual was so intense that even the most skeptical could not deny that something extraordinary was happening. "What you see is not superstition," Romulus declared to the assembled followers. "It is the power that has sustained these lands for generations, the same power that will allow us to build something truly unique." Remo added, "Our city will not be just another settlement. It will be a beacon of balance, an example of how the new and the old can coexist in harmony." The demonstration had the desired effect, restoring unity among the followers. However, both the brothers and Hercelia knew that this was just the first of many challenges they would have to face. As the city walls began to rise, each stone laid seemed to carry the weight of the responsibility they had taken on. The work continued, more focused and determined than before. Builders now understood that they were not just erecting walls and buildings, but participating in something much larger. Every structure was blessed, every foundation was consecrated, and the wolves' paths were marked with sacred symbols that glowed in the moonlight. But as the city took shape, something moved in the shadows. Watching, the signs of unrest in nature had not abated, and both Lupa and Hercelia felt that an even greater test was approaching, one that would test not only the strength of the pact, but also the bonds between the brothers in ways that no one could predict. The tension that hovered over the territory of the future Rome finally materialized on a moonless night. Construction work had advanced significantly, with the first walls already rising in harmony with the wolves' sacred paths, when a group of unknown warriors emerged from the shadows. They were followers of an ancient order that opposed the pact between men and wolves, believing that the separation between the worlds should be absolute. Their leader, a man named Mevio, carried with him a black staff decorated with symbols that seemed to distort the very reality around him. "You play with forces you do not understand," declared Mevio, his voice echoing unearthly across the valley. "The pact is an abomination that must be destroyed." Romulus and Remus, alerted by Luna, who had noticed the approach of the intruders, quickly gathered their followers. Hercelia began to chant protective chants, while Lupa and the pack strategically positioned themselves around the perimeter of the city under construction. The confrontation that followed was no ordinary battle. Mevio's warriors used an ancient dark magic that tried to corrupt the power points discovered in the sacred cave. Wherever his spells touched, the earth seemed to wither, and the protective symbols engraved on the stones began to fade. "We can't allow them to destroy everything we've worked for," Remus shouted, rushing to defend one of the sacred portals, along with a pack of wolves. Romulus, in turn, led the human defenders, using his combined knowledge of military tactics and wolf teachings to coordinate the defense. Hercelia, with the help of Tassio, worked tirelessly to keep the city's spiritual protections active. At the height of the conflict, Mevio revealed his true objective. It was not just to destroy the pact, but to absorb its power through an unholy ritual. His black staff began to pulse with an evil energy that attracted the ancient forces of the place. It was Luna who first understood what needed to be done. Running to Lupa, he shared a vision he had received. The brothers needed to reenact the original Pact ritual, but with one crucial difference. This time, they needed to completely merge the energies of the two worlds. Lupa immediately understood the importance of that revelation. Through a howl that cut through the night, he summoned all the wolves to form a circle around the city. Hercelia, understanding the call, guided the human defenders to position themselves in a complementary way. Romulus and Remus met in the center of what would become the city's forum. There, under attack from the Mevio's forces, the brothers finally understood that their different visions were not contradictory, but complementary. They were two sides of the same coin, necessary to maintain balance. Together, said Romulo, extending his hand to his brother. As it always should be, Remus replied, accepting the gesture. The moment their hands touched, a wave of ancient energy swept through the entire territory. The wolves began to howl in unison as Hercilia led the humans in a sacred chant that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The power of true ritual, born of the sincere union between the worlds, proved stronger than the corrupted magic of Mevio. His black staff cracked, releasing in an explosion all the energy he had tried to steal. When the dust settled, the invaders were gone, but the transformation that occurred went far beyond simple victory. The city walls, still under construction, now emitted a soft glow under the starlight. The wolves' paths, instead of simply crossing the territory, seemed to be intertwined with the urban structure itself. The Pact wasn't just about coexistence, Lupa explained to the brothers. It was about evolution, about finding a new way of being that honored both the past and the future. In the days that followed, the construction of Rome took on a new meaning. Each element of the city was designed to reflect the duality and harmony between worlds. Temples incorporated natural elements, markets respected the cycles of the moon, and public spaces were designed to be shared by both men and wolves. Romulus and Remus, now truly united in purpose, established laws that protected not only the rights of citizens, but also the rights of nature and wolves. Hercilia became the first high priestess of a new cult that celebrated the union between the worlds. Word of the city where men and wolves lived in harmony spread quickly. People from all over began arriving, attracted by the promise of a new way of life. Each new citizen was initiated into the mysteries of the Pact, learning to respect and honor the old covenants. Luna, who had grown up alongside the city, became a legendary figure, seen running through the streets during full moon nights, a living symbol of the connection between the worlds. Children in Rome grew up hearing stories about twins raised by wolves and learning from an early age the importance of maintaining balance. Years later, when travelers asked about the secret to Rome's prosperity, citizens smiled and pointed to the wolves that roamed the city freely, to the sacred gardens that flourished among the buildings, and to the brothers who ruled not as masters, but as guardians of something much greater than themselves. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way everyone expected. Rome wasn't just a city, it was a new kind of dream, living proof that progress didn't have to mean destruction, and that ancient wisdom could find its place in the modern world. And on full moon nights, when the howls of wolves mingled with the songs of human festivals, everyone knew that the Pact was no longer just an ancient promise. It was the very beating heart of Rome, beating to the eternal rhythm of nature and civilization, forever united in a sacred dance. The wind howled across the green hills of ancient Ireland, carrying with it the unmistakable smell of war. Aodan watched from a cliff as two powerful forces gathered on the plains below, their banners fluttering violently against the gray sky. On one side, the Tuatha de Danann nobles, with their golden armor and magical spears. On the other, the terrible Fomorians, deformed but equally powerful giants, emerging from the mists of the sea. Aodan felt the weight of both sides in his heart. His mother, Imher, was a healer of the Tuatha De Danann, known for her kindness and wisdom. Her father, Balor, a Fomorian warrior who had fallen in love with her during a rare moment of peace between people. Their love had been secret and brief. Balor died in a skirmish before Aodan was even born, leaving him with a divided legacy and a broken heart between two loyalties. At 20, Aodan had grown up trying to hide his dual nature. Among the Tuatha De Danann, it disguised its extraordinary strength and the occasional red glow in its eyes, typical characteristics of the Fomorians. His mother had taught him the magical arts of her people, but deep inside, he also felt the call of the sea and the storm, an inheritance from his father, Aodan. The voice of Niamh, his childhood friend and confidant, brought him out of his thoughts. She was running towards him, her red hair flaming in the wind. The council is meeting. Nuada has summoned all warriors. Nuada, the Silver King of the Tuatha De Danann, had declared that this would be the final battle. The Fomorians, led by the cruel King Bres, had imposed increasingly heavy tributes on his people, gradually enslaving them. The tension had reached breaking point. I can't keep pretending, Niamh, Aodan confessed, his voice just a whisper above the wind. This war is not as simple as everyone thinks. Niamh touched his arm gently. She was the only one who knew his secret, besides his mother. You don't need to choose sides, Aodan. Maybe you're just what both sides need to find a different path. As they descended towards the Tuatha De Danann camp, Aodan watched the preparations for battle. The blacksmith Goibniu tirelessly forged swords, each blade singing with ancient magic. The goddess Brigid blessed warriors with mystical protections, while the Dagda, the chief god, played his magical harp, his fingers weaving melodies that strengthened the spirit of the troops. In the center of the camp, Imher worked in his healing tent, preparing potions and salves. When he saw his son, his eyes filled with worry. The signals are getting stronger, she murmured, touching Aodan's face. Your Fomorian nature is harder to hide. Maybe it's time to stop hiding it, Aodan replied, sitting down next to her. Mother, I see the hatred in the eyes of both sides, but I also see that we are more alike than different. The Fomorians are not all monsters, just as the Tuatha De are not all saints. Imher sighed, taking an amulet from his bag, a sea stone carved with ancient runes. Your father gave me this. He also dreamed of peace, you know? That's why he came to me, even though he knew the risk. Outside, the sound of horns filled the air. The scouts had returned with news. The Fomorians were on the move, preparing for a dawn attack. The camp exploded with activity. Aodan left his mother's tent with a heavy heart, only to find Niamh waiting for him. She held two swords. One of them was Aodan's own weapon, forged from metal from both land and sea. You are not alone in this, she said, handing him the sword. There are others who want peace. Nuada himself has tried to negotiate with Bres in the past. As night fell over the camp, Aodan made a decision. He could not simply wait for dawn and watch his two peoples destroy each other. With Neve's help, he began looking for others who might share his vision, warriors on both sides who had known love or friendship across enemy lines. Amid the shadows of the camp, he discovered that he was not alone. A young Tuatha warrior revealed that her brother had married a Fomorian. An old blacksmith admitted that he had learned his best secrets from a Fomorian master. Little stories of connection and humanity began to emerge. But time was short. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, a portent of the battle to come. Aodan knew he would need to act quickly if he wanted to avoid total bloodshed. Its very existence was proof that peace between peoples was possible. The young warrior spent the night planning with Neve and her new allies. If they could create an opportunity for dialogue before the battle truly began, perhaps there would be a chance. But to do so, Aodan would need to do something he had never done before: publicly reveal his true nature. As the first rays of sunlight began to dye the horizon red, Aodan was standing on the cliff again, watching the two forces line up for combat. This time, however, he was not alone. Neef was by his side, along with a small group of others who believed there had to be a better way. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, the chance to change the course of history. Aodan clutched his father's amulet in one hand and his sword in the other, preparing to do something that could either unite or destroy both worlds he carried in his blood. Dawn brought with it a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional clinking of armor and the whisper of wind across the plains. Aodan, with his allies at his side, descended the cliff towards the valley, where the two forces prepared for confrontation. His heart was beating fast, not from fear of the impending battle, but from the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. Niam walked nearby, her presence a constant source of strength. "Remember," she murmured, "you're not the only one carrying the weight of both worlds." His green eyes glowed with determination as he signaled the other members of his small group to strategically spread out between the ranks. In the camp of the Tuatha De Danann, King Nuada was making final preparations. His silver hand, a mark of his restored kingship, gleamed in the light of the rising sun as he marshaled his troops. Aodan watched as some of the warriors he had spoken to during the night exchanged meaningful glances. Small seeds of doubt about the necessity of this conflict were already beginning to sprout. I'm Here emerged from his healing tent, carrying a leather pouch filled with potions and protective amulets. Upon seeing his son, his eyes filled with understanding. "You chose your path," she said, not as a question, but as an observation. He took a necklace with a blue-green stone from his neck and placed it in Aodan's hands. "It was your father's. He said it shined brightest when peace was near." Across the battlefield, the Fomorians arranged themselves into intimidating formations. Their giant warriors wielded massive weapons, and the air around them seemed thicker, charged with their own ancient form of magic. Aodan could feel their power resonating in his own blood, an ancient calling he could no longer ignore. With a decisive movement, Aodan began walking towards the center of the battlefield. Niamh made to follow him, but he gently signaled her to stay where she was. "This moment needed to be yours alone. Kings and warriors of the two most ancient peoples of this land." His voice thundered across the valley, amplified by a magic he didn't even know he possessed. Before the first blood is spilled, I ask you to listen to me. The silence that followed was absolute. All eyes turned to the lone figure who dared to stand between two armies ready for war. Aodan felt the weight of those looks, but he stood firm. My name is Aodan, son of Imher of the Tuatha De Danann, he began, his voice clear and strong. He paused, gathering his courage for the next part. And son of Balor of the Fomorians. A murmur of shock ran through both armies. Aodan allowed his dual nature to fully manifest for the first time. His eyes took on the red glow characteristic of Fomorians, while his hands emanated the soft golden light of Tuatha magic. Look at me, he continued. I am living proof that our people are not as different as they think. The blood of both races runs through my veins, and in my heart I carry the stories and traditions of both cultures. Nuada took a few steps forward, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. From the Fomorian side, one of the generals, who Aodan recognized as Ruad, one of the few who had known his father, also approached. Overnight, Aodan continued, I discovered that I am not alone. There are others among us who have built bridges between our peoples through love, friendship, and mutual respect. How many of you have similar stories hidden in your hearts? One by one, those Aodan had spoken to during the night began to speak out. A Tuatha warrior spoke of her brother and his Fomorian wife. The old blacksmith shared his stories of learning from masters of both peoples. Each testimony was a small crack in the wall of hatred that separated the two races. Imher walked to stand beside his son, his presence adding weight to his words. I met Balor during a period of truce, she said, her voice carrying both love and sadness. He showed me that kindness and wisdom know no boundaries among our people. The amulet Aodan carried began to glow with a bluish light, as if responding to the memory of its former owner. The stone in the necklace that her mother had just given her emitted a similar glow, creating a spectacle that no one could ignore. This battle does not need to happen, Aodan declared. We can choose a different path. The Fomorians have knowledge and skills that the Tuatha De Danann could learn, and the same is true in reverse. Together, we could build something greater than any of our people could achieve alone. The silence that followed was profound, full of possibilities. Niev approached, bringing with her others who had committed themselves to the cause of peace. The circle around Aodan slowly grew, including members from both sides, but not everyone was convinced. King Bress of the Fomorians watched the scene with narrowed eyes, his rigid posture showing his distrust. Some of the oldest warriors on both sides stood firm, decades of conflict weighing more than words of hope. The moment of truth had arrived. The next words and actions would determine whether the rising sun would illuminate a bloody battlefield or the first day of a new era of mutual understanding. Aodan felt the weight of this responsibility on his shoulders, but also the strength of all those who now stood by his side, united in their desire for peace. The silence that had fallen after Aodan's speech was broken by the metallic sound of a sword being drawn. It was Bress, the Fomorian king, who was striding towards the center of the field. Fine words, half-breed, his voice boomed, thick with disdain. But words cannot erase centuries of conflict. They cannot erase the bloodshed. Aodan stood his ground, even as the immense Fomorian king approached until he was mere steps away. The contrast between them was striking. Bress, with his gigantic, distorted form, and Aodan, who now let his dual nature manifest openly. Blood spilled for choices like the ones you're about to make now, King Bress, Aodan replied, his voice calm but firm. Every cycle of violence began with someone choosing revenge over understanding. Nuada, king of the Tuatha De Danann, approached as well, his silver hand reflecting the light of the rising sun. The young man is right, he declared, surprising many. I've tried to negotiate with you before, Bress, and been rebuffed, but perhaps it's time we listen to a voice that truly knows both sides. Imher stepped forward, positioning himself next to his son. I remember a time, not so long ago, when we exchanged knowledge freely. The Fomorians taught us the secrets of the sea and storms. As we shared our understanding of the land and its healings, others began to speak out. The old blacksmith raised a sword that shined with a peculiar shine. This blade was forged with techniques from both peoples. It is stronger than any made by just one side or the other. Nive, who was watching everything closely, noticed a subtle change in the expressions of some of the younger Fomorian warriors. Their postures began to relax, their expressions showing curiosity rather than hostility. Show them, Aodan, she whispered, moving closer. Show them what the union of both powers can do. Understanding her friend's suggestion, Aodan closed her eyes and concentrated. He let the Tuatha magic flow through him, golden, warm, connected to the earth. At the same time, he allowed his Fomorian power to manifest, deep, stormy, bound to the sea. The two energies, instead of conflicting, began to intertwine. An impressive show formed around him. The air sparkled with colors many had never seen before. The grass beneath his feet bloomed with renewed life, while small clouds of gentle rain formed above, nourishing the earth with purified seawater. This is the power of unity, Aodan declared, his voice resonating with a strength that came from both of his heritages. Imagine what we could accomplish together, instead of wasting our strength fighting each other. Ruad, the Fomorian general, who had known his father, stepped forward. Baylor was talking about something like that, he revealed, his voice hoarse with emotion. It spoke of a future where our people could share their gifts rather than use them for destruction. Bress, however, didn't seem convinced. His eyes glowed with an ancient fury. What about the taxes, the lands, the power? Do you expect us to just forget all that? No, Aodan replied. I hope we find a fair way to share. The Tuatha De Danann have fertile lands that could benefit both peoples. The Fomorians have knowledge of the sea that could enrich us all. Why divide and conquer when we can unite and prosper? Nuada raised her silver hand, drawing everyone's attention. I propose a piece of advice, he declared. Not a war council, but a peace council, where representatives of both peoples can come together and discuss how we can build that future together. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone awaited Bress's response. King Fomorian looked around him. noticing how more and more of his warriors were showing interest in the proposal. Even among his closest advisors, there were signs that Aodan's words had touched something deep. What if we fail? Bress questioned, his voice lower now, almost vulnerable. If this peace doesn't work, then we will have tried, Aodan replied, and we will know that we have given our children a chance to know something other than war. Isn't that better than condemning them to repeat our mistakes? Imher approached Bress, his serene presence contrasting with the imposing figure of the Fomorian king. When I fell in love with Baylor, I learned that the heart doesn't know the boundaries we build. Maybe it's time we let those boundaries fall. The sun was already high in the sky when Bress finally lowered his sword. The sound of the blade being sheathed echoed across the valley like a symbol of hope. A word of advice, he agreed, his voice still carrying a note of caution. But I will keep my forces ready in case this is just a foolish dream. It's more than a dream, Aodan stated, feeling the amulet around his neck glow more brightly. It's a possibility that has always existed, just waiting for us to be brave enough to achieve it. As the two kings began to discuss the terms of the proposed council, Aodan felt Niamh touch his arm. You did it, she whispered, her eyes shining with pride. We did it, he corrected, looking at everyone who had rallied to his side. This is just the first step in a long journey. The morning that should have witnessed a bloody battle was turning into the beginning of something new, but Aodan knew the real challenge was just beginning. Building peace would be as difficult as avoiding war and would require as much courage as any battle. In the days following the historic battlefield intervention, a tent was erected at the exact spot where Aodan had made his appeal for peace. It was a neutral site, built from materials provided by both peoples, enchanted wood from the Tuatha De Danann, and sea ropes woven by the Fomorians. There, representatives of the two races met daily to discuss the terms of their coexistence. Aodan watched the negotiations with a mix of hope and apprehension. As a natural mediator between the two sides, his presence was constantly required. Niamh remained by his side, her political acumen proving as valuable as her loyalty. The Fomorians are concerned about access to the fertile lands of the interior, Niamh explained during a break in the discussions. And the Tuatha fear losing their connection to sacred places if they share territory. There must be a middle ground, Aodan replied, studying an ancient map spread out on the central table. His fingers traced the shorelines where the domains traditionally met. Perhaps we can establish common areas, starting with the ports and gradually expanding. The process was slow and often tense. Centuries of distrust were not easily dispelled. There were moments when harsh words were exchanged, and hands instinctively reached for sword hilts. In these moments, Aodan felt the weight of his responsibility more than ever. One particularly difficult afternoon, when an argument over fishing rights nearly degenerated into violence, Imher entered the tent, bearing an interesting discovery. In his hands, an ancient parchment found in the healer's archives. This is a record of a time before our wars, she explained, carefully unfolding the document. It speaks of joint festivals, celebrations where our people came together to honor both land and sea. The revelation caused a thoughtful silence in the tent. Ruad, the Fomorian general, approached to examine the parchment. My grandmother used to talk about these celebrations, he admitted. I always thought they were just stories. Maybe it's time to revive some old traditions, suggested Neve, her eyes shining with inspiration. A joint celebration could help our people reconnect. The idea quickly gained traction. Even the most skeptical agreed that a shared event could serve as a testbed for future cooperation agreements. Preparations began immediately, with mixed groups working together for the first time in generations. Aodan found himself at the center of the preparations, his dual abilities proving invaluable. He could understand and translate the traditions of both sides, helping to create something new that honored both heritages. The festival was timed for the next full moon, when the tides would be strongest, an important sign for the Fomorians, and the land most fertile, sacred to the Tuatha De Danann. The chosen location was a beach surrounded by green hills, symbolizing the meeting of the two kingdoms. During the preparations, Aodan noticed subtle changes taking place. Warriors who had previously viewed each other with suspicion now exchanged construction techniques. Healers from both peoples shared knowledge of herbs and potions. Even the children, initially shy and scared, started playing together on the beach. One afternoon, while supervising the construction of an altar combining sea and land stones, Aodan was surprised by Bresh. The Fomorian king seemed smaller somehow, less threatening, as if the peace process was softening his harder edges. Your father would be proud, Bresh said, his deep voice carrying a tone of respect that Aodan had never heard before. Baylor was always a visionary, even when we called him a fool for dreaming of peace. Did you know him well? Aodan asked, feeling his heart quicken at the possibility of learning more about his father. He was my cousin, Bress revealed, to Aodan's surprise. We grew up together. We trained together. When he fell in love with his mother, I was one of the ones who was most strongly opposed. Now, I see that he saw something we were all too blind to see. King Fomorian's confession echoed deeply in Aodan. It was a reminder that the connections between the two peoples were deeper and more complex than many imagined. As the day of the festival approached, the atmosphere of expectation grew. Bards from both peoples composed new music that blended their musical traditions. Cooks experimented with never-before-tried combinations of ingredients. Craftsmen created decorations that fused the distinctive styles of each culture. Niev encountered Aodan one night while he was practicing an ancient ceremonial dance that combined Tuatha and Fomorian movements. You have created something extraordinary here, she said, observing the preparations around her, something that goes beyond simply avoiding a war. We created it, he corrected, extending his hand to include her in the dance. Every person who chose to give peace a chance helped build it. As they danced under the starry sky, Aodan reflected on how his personal journey of self-discovery had transformed into something much bigger. What had begun as an internal conflict over their divided identity had become a catalyst for the transformation of two entire peoples. The amulet around his neck glowed constantly now, as if responding to the growing harmony between the two races. It was a constant reminder that peace was not only possible, it was natural It was the state towards which all things eventually tend, if given the chance. The day of the festival finally arrived, bringing with it an energy unlike anything these ancient lands had ever witnessed. The beach chosen for the celebration was transformed. Arches intertwined with terrestrial flowers, and seaweed marked the path from the hills to the sand, where colorful tents hosted demonstrations of crafts, cuisine, and music from both peoples. Aodan had been touring the site since dawn, checking every detail of the preparations. The altar he had helped build was now complete, its mixed stones shining in the light of the rising sun. Niamh led a group of young dancers, mixing the graceful steps of the Tuatha with the powerful movements of the Fomorians. Aimher had established a healing tent where healers of both races shared knowledge openly for the first time in centuries. The sound of laughter and lively conversation emerged from the space, along with aromas of herbs and potions that combined ancient traditions in innovative ways. "I never thought I'd see something like this," commented Ruad, approaching Aodan as he watched the growing movement. General Fomorian carried an object wrapped in cloth. "This belonged to your father. I thought today would be the appropriate day to return it." Unwrapping the package, Aodan discovered an ancient sea harp, its details carved with sea creatures and symbols of both peoples. He would play it on the rare occasions of respite, Ruad explained. He said that music had the power to make people see beyond their differences. As the day progressed, more and more people arrived at the festival. Tuatha and Fomorian families, who once would have avoided each other, now shared meals, swapped stories, and discovered surprising connections between their cultures. Children ran freely, their laughter echoing across the beach without distinction of origin. Nuada and Bress, the two kings, arrived together, a symbolic gesture that did not go unnoticed. They sat side by side on specially prepared thrones, watching their people mingle with expressions that varied between caution and admiration. "Here," said Niamh, handing Aodan her father's harp. "This is the perfect time for your music." With a nod of agreement, Aodan walked up to the small stage set up near the altar. His fingers found the strings naturally, as if the memory of his father guided his movements. The melody that emerged was something entirely new, not just a mix of traditional songs, but a composition that spoke of a shared future. As he played, Aodan saw his mother approaching the altar with tears in her eyes. She carried the amulet her father had given her, now shining more brightly than ever. Other musicians began to join in the melody. Tuatha flutes, Fomorian drums, voices of both peoples rising in harmony. The most touching moment of the celebration came when a group of children performed a play they had prepared in secret. It was the story of Balor and Aimher, the forbidden love that had resulted in the birth of Aodan, but told through the innocent eyes that saw only the beauty of the union between different people. As the sun began to set, Bress rose from his throne, his thundering voice silencing the crowd. "Today, we witness something that many considered impossible," he declared. "We see not just peace, but the beginning of something new, something greater than our old disputes." Nuada also stood up. "I propose that this festival is not a one-off event, but the first of many. May each full moon see us reunited like this, reinforcing the bonds we have begun to weave. The proposal was met with enthusiastic applause from both sides. Aodan watched with a full heart as warriors who, weeks before, had been ready to kill each other, now toasted together as families, grew closer and made plans for future gatherings. You have achieved more than you thought possible, said Niamh, intertwining her fingers with Aodan's as they watched the sun set over the sea. It didn't just prevent a war, it helped create a new way of life for our people. We did it, he corrected, smiling. Every person who chose to give peace a chance has a part in this victory. The festival continued into the night, with bonfires being lit along the beach. Stories were shared, alliances forged, and plans made for a future that few would have imagined possible just a few weeks earlier. When the moon finally rose, full and bright over the sea, Aodan found a quiet moment for himself, sitting on the same hill where, days before, he had beheld two forces about to destroy each other. He now watched his people, no longer divided, but unified in celebration. The amulet around his neck emitted a soft glow, as if approving the new path that had been chosen. Aodan knew that challenges would still come. Old prejudices would not disappear overnight, and there would always be those who would resist change. But something fundamental had changed in that ancient land. His own journey of self-discovery had become a catalyst for greater change, proving that sometimes the greatest transformations begin with a single, divided heart finding its own peace. Their parents' legacy, the love between a Tuatha healer and a Fomorian warrior, had finally blossomed into something that would benefit future generations. The stars shone over the continued celebration, and in the night breeze, Aodan could swear he heard the distant echo of his father's harp playing a melody of hope for the future that was just beginning to unfold. The sun was setting over the Egyptian horizon, painting the sky with shades of crimson and gold, while the waters of the Nile reflected the last rays of the day. In the highest temple in Thebes, High Priest Amenemhat watched the spectacle with growing concern. Something was different that night. The shadows seemed thicker, more menacing, and the air carried an unusual weight. Ra, the powerful sun god, was preparing for his nocturnal journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld. His majestic solar barge, intricately decorated with golden hieroglyphics and symbols of protection, floated on the mystical waters that separated the world of the living from the realm of the dead. The god, with his falcon head and human body adorned with shining jewels, stood at the bow of the boat, his scepter held firmly in his divine hands. At his side, as always, was Thoth, the god of wisdom, with his ibis head and his eternal scrolls. But on this night, even the always serene Thoth showed signs of restlessness. "My lord," he said to Ra, "the stars speak of change. Apophis is stronger than ever. The boat's rowers, blessed souls of the righteous dead who had earned the privilege of assisting Ra on his daily journey, kept a steady pace. Among them was Nefer-Keperure, a scribe who had served the pharaoh faithfully in life and now continued his service in death. His spectral eyes captured every movement in the dark waters around him, On the bank of the celestial river, Isis, the goddess of magic and protection, wove protective enchantments around the boat. His black hair danced in the duat's unearthly wind as his words of power echoed across the dimensions. My brother, she called Ra, I feel the serpents of chaos stirring in the depths. Tonight will be different. As the boat moved through the underworld, the souls of the dead floated like mist around them, some begging for mercy, others offering worship. The boat passed through ancient portals, each guarded by lesser deities who revered the passing of Ra. However, the silence that normally dominated these hours was beginning to be disturbed by a distant sound, a whistle that made the very waters of the Duat tremble. Amenhotep, a warrior who had died defending his pharaoh and now served as guardian on Ra's bark, was the first to spot the signs: abnormal ripples on the surface of the water, shadows that moved against the current, and a red glow in the depths that shouldn't be there. My lord, he warned, Apophis approaches, and she is not alone. Ra raised his scepter, emanating golden light that illuminated the path ahead. The waters of the Duat momentarily parted, revealing a sight that made even the gods hold their breath. Not one, but 3 serpentine forms writhed in the depths. Apophis, the serpent of chaos, had found a way to multiply. Thoth quickly consulted his sacred scrolls, his quills trembling slightly. This has never happened before, he muttered, flipping through old pages. The prophecies speak of a time when chaos would find new ways to manifest itself. But we never imagined it would be like this. Isis began to weave new spells, her musical voice carrying power through the heavy air of the underworld. The souls of the righteous dead who rowed the barge began to chant ancient chants of protection, their spectral voices blending into an unearthly harmony that made the very walls of the Duat vibrate. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt the weight of what was to come. Younger priests ran back and forth, lighting sacred incense and performing protective rituals, while the night sky above seemed darker than usual. The high priest knew that tonight would mark the beginning of a battle unlike any other Ra had faced in his countless journeys. The solar barge continued its inexorable path through the underworld, each moment bringing it closer to the inevitable confrontation. Ra stood firm in his position, his divine light serving as a beacon of hope and order amidst the gathering darkness. His hawk eyes penetrated the shadows, watching the sinuous movements of the approaching serpents. Neferkheperur, the scribe, began recording the events on a spectral scroll, her hands moving quickly as she documented what could be the most important battle in the eternal history of Ra. Around him, other blessed spirits whispered ancient prayers, preparing themselves for what was to come. The waters of the Duat began to bubble, and a poisonous vapor rose to the surface. The first of the 3 Apophis emerged, its monstrous head towering above the solar barge, black scales gleaming with an unnatural shine, his eyes, red as the embers of hell, fixed on Ra with a hatred older than time itself. The tension in the air was palpable, charged with divine and chaotic energy. Thoth prepared his most powerful enchantments, while Isis strategically positioned herself to defend the boat. The slain warriors took up their spectral weapons, ready to defend their solar lord to the second death if necessary. The fate of the world hung in the balance, as it did every night, but this time the battle would be different. The sun would need to rise again, as it always has, but the price of that dawn could be higher than ever. The three serpents of chaos now circled the solar barge, their massive forms creating whirlpools in the waters of the underworld, as Ra and his allies prepared for a battle that could redefine the very cycle of existence. The first attack came like a flash of lightning in the dark waters. The largest of the three serpents of chaos hurled itself at the solar boat, its fangs dripping venom that gnawed at everything it touched. Ra, with the agility of millennia of experience, raised his golden scepter, creating a barrier of light that repelled the initial assault. The other two Apophis surrounded the vessel, looking for gaps in the divine defense. Thoth quickly unrolled one of his sacred scrolls, its hieroglyphs glowing with ancient power. "The serpents are connected," he announced, his ibis eyes scanning the arcane symbols. "They are manifestations of the same entity. To hurt one is to hurt them all." This revelation provoked a change in strategy. Isis, her black hair now emanating a silver aura, began to weave a more complex spell. His words of power were no longer aimed at protecting just the boat, but at creating a mystical network that could trap the three serpents simultaneously. Nefer Keperur continued her frantic recording of events, her spectral hands moving urgently over the parchment. At his side, Amenhotep arranged the warrior souls in defensive formation, their ethereal weapons shining with the reflected light of Ra. The second Apophis plunged into the depths of the Duat, causing turbulence that made the solar boat rock dangerously. The souls of the oarsmen struggled to stay on course, their spectral faces contorted with the effort. The third serpent took this moment to attack from below, its black scales cutting through the mystical waters like sharp obsidian. Ra, anticipating the attack, swung his scepter in a golden arc, creating a cascade of sunlight that penetrated the waters of the underworld. The serpent hissed in pain as the divine glow touched its scales, but it did not retreat completely. Instead, its massive body partially wrapped itself around the boat, trying to constrain the vessel's movement. "The portals!" shouted Thoth, pointing to the ancient passages of the underworld that approached. "If we don't cross in time, the cycle will be broken." The black stone doors that marked the different regions of the Duat began to slowly close, their hieroglyphic surfaces pulsing with ancient energy. Isis completed her enchantment with a dramatic gesture, and filaments of silver light emerged from the waters, intertwining like a divine web. The chaos serpents writhed when the magic touched them, but their combined strength was impressive. Where once a single Apophis posed a formidable challenge, now three aspects of the same chaotic entity threatened to surpass even the power of the gods. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt every moment of the battle through his mystical connections. The younger priests had formed a circle of power, their prayers and chants echoing across the dimensions to strengthen Ra and his allies. The air in the temple was heavy with incense and magic, while the stars above seemed to twinkle in an anxious rhythm. Back at Duat, The battle intensified. The first Apophis had partially freed herself from Isis's web, and now directed her attack directly at Ra. The sun god found himself in a precarious position. He needed to maintain enough energy to complete his journey, but he also could not allow the serpents to prevail. Amenhotep, realizing his lord's dilemma, gathered the warrior souls for a coordinated counterattack. With their spectral weapons, they attacked the points where the serpents were most vulnerable, the junctions where their scales met. Although his ethereal blades barely scratched the creature's ancient skin, each small cut seemed to weaken all three manifestations equally. Thoth took advantage of this discovery to formulate a new plan. "We need to attack in sync," he declared, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Every blow must be multiplied by 3. As they are, so must be our response." Neferkeperur momentarily interrupted her writing to add her own wisdom. In the oldest texts, there is mention of a ritual that can unify divided forces. Perhaps we can use this against them, force them to become one again. This suggestion sparked a moment of clarity in Ra. The sun god began to emanate an even more intense glow, his divine form growing in stature. His voice, when he spoke, reverberated through the very fabric of the underworld. "Thoth, Isis, channel your powers through me. Let us use their very nature against them." The solar barge continued its journey through the turbulent waters of the Duat, now sailing at a more urgent pace as the portals began to close. The 3 Apophis, sensing that something significant was about to happen, intensified their attacks. His thrusts became more frantic, more desperate. The air in the underworld became charged with divine energy as Thoth and Isis began to direct their powers towards Ra. The sun god became a beacon of golden light so intense that even the souls of the dead had to look away. The waters of the Duat seemed to boil with concentrated power, while the walls of the underworld shook with the magnitude of the energy being channeled. The chaos serpents, however, would not retreat easily. United in their purpose to prevent the sunrise, the 3 aspects of Apophis were preparing for a final and devastating attack. The battle was about to reach its climax, and the fate of the eternal cycle of day and night hung by a thread. At the crucial moment, Ra concentrated all the energy channeled by Thoth and Isis into his golden scepter, which now pulsed with a power almost unbearable to behold. Apophis's 3 serpents, sensing the threat, coordinated their final attack. The first charged from the front, while the other 2 attacked from the sides of the solar boat, creating a deadly embrace that threatened to crush the divine vessel. Neferkeperur, still frantically documenting the events, noticed a pattern in the serpent's movements. "They move as one," he shouted, his spectral voice cutting through the chaos of battle. "When one attacks, the others compensate for the movement." This observation provoked an epiphany in Thoth, who quickly consulted his scrolls once more. "Of course," exclaimed the god of wisdom, "they are not 3 truly separate entities. They are reflections, like images in a broken mirror." Isis, understanding the meaning of this revelation, adapted her incantations. Instead of trying to contain the serpents individually, she began to weave a spell that created reflections of light in the waters of the Duat. The mystical surfaces became like mirrors, confusing the serpents who, for a moment, could not distinguish their own reflections from their real manifestations. Taking advantage of this momentary confusion, Amenhotep led his spectral troops in a daring maneuver. The dead warriors, brandishing their ethereal weapons, simultaneously attacked the points where the three serpents connected to their own reflections. Each blow caused ripples in the very reality of the underworld, as if the structure of the duat was being affected by the battle. In the temple in Thebes, Amenemhat felt a shift in cosmic energy. The priests who maintained the protective rituals began to stagger, exhausted by the effort of channeling so much power. The air itself seemed to be growing thicker, heavy with the weight of the divine conflict unfolding in the underworld. Ra, realizing that the moment was crucial, raised his scepter to its highest point. The light emanating from him was no longer just golden, but contained all the colors of dawn, a full spectrum of solar power. With a precise movement, he directed this energy not against the serpents directly, but towards the waters of the duat that Isis had transformed into mystical mirrors. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The light refracted through the enchanted waters, creating a prism of divine power that enveloped the three manifestations of Apophis. The chaos serpents, trapped in this net of light, began to lose their individuality. Their forms began to merge, pulled back into their original unity by the very nature of their being. Thoth, seeing the plan work, began to recite an ancient incantation, as old as the separation between order and chaos itself. His words had weight and substance, each syllable altering the very fabric of reality around him. The hieroglyphics on their scrolls began to float in the air, glowing with their own light and circling the merging serpents. The souls of the oarsmen held the boat steady with superhuman effort, their spectral forms glowing with the intensity of their dedication. Nefer-Keperur continued her recording, her hands moving so quickly that they left trails of light in the air, documenting a unique moment in the eternal history of the cosmos. The fusion of serpents, however, did not happen without resistance. As the three forms were forced together, waves of chaotic energy emanated from them, threatening to shatter the reality around them. Each wave of destructive power caused the solar boat to shudder and the souls of the dead to falter. Isis, sensing the danger, expanded her mirror spell to create a protective barrier around the vessel. Their ancient magic, combined with the light of Ra and the wisdom of Thoth, formed a formidable defense against the unfolding storm of chaos. Amenhotep and his warriors formed an additional line of defense, their spectral weapons raised in a final salute, ready to face any manifestation of chaos that managed to penetrate the divine protections. Their ethereal forms glowed with fierce determination, each of them willing to face a second death to protect the cosmic order. The process of reunification reached its climax when the three serpents, now almost completely fused, issued one last roar of defiance that shook the very foundations of the underworld. The walls of the duat shook, and for a moment it seemed as if the entire realm of the dead might crumble under the pressure of the released power. It was at this critical moment that Ra demonstrated why he was the ruler of the gods. With a graceful movement, he channeled all the chaotic energy released by the fusion through his own being, using it to further fuel the process of reunification. It was a dangerous gambit. Absorbing so much chaos could destroy even a god, but it was necessary to complete the cycle. The waters of the Duat began to calm down, although they still boiled with residual energy. Where once there had been 3 monstrous serpents, now only one Apophis remained, larger and more terrible than before, but unique again. His eyes, red as the blood of the gods, fixed on Ra with renewed, concentrated hatred. The battle was far from over, but its nature had fundamentally changed. The challenge now was no longer to face 3 adversaries, but rather to confront an Apophis more powerful than ever, strengthened by the energy released during its reunification. The Chaos Serpent, although defeated in its attempt to multiply, had emerged from the experience with increased power. Thoth, noticing the change in the dynamics of the battle, began frantically searching his scrolls for knowledge that could help against this new threat. Isis reinforced her protective enchantments as the souls of the dead regrouped for the next phase of the conflict. The sun still needed to rise, and time continued its inexorable march. The solar boat had to complete its journey, no matter the obstacles. Ra stood firm in his position, his divine light shining like a beacon of hope against the darkness of the underworld, preparing for what promised to be one of the most significant battles of his eternal existence. The battle against the now unified Apophis entered a new phase. The Serpent of Chaos, more powerful than ever, towered over the solar boat like a mountain of black scales. Its massive body writhed in the waters of the Duat, creating whirlpools that threatened to swallow the divine vessel. Ra maintained his position at the bow, his scepter still radiating the dawn light. The power he had absorbed during the serpent fusion circulated within him like a whirlwind of chaotic energy, threatening to rupture his divine form. His every move now needed to be calculated, as the slightest slip could release a devastating explosion. Thoth finally found a relevant passage in his ancient scrolls. When chaos becomes concentrated, he read aloud, it becomes more vulnerable to order. Like a tightly tensioned rope, it can snap with a single precise blow. His eyes sparkled with renewed understanding. Isis, hearing Thoth's words, adapted her incantations. Instead of creating protective barriers, she began weaving spells that increased the tension in the serpent's body. His words of power now aimed to force the chaos to concentrate even more, making it denser and consequently more fragile. Neferkeperur continued her meticulous recording, her notes now focusing on the subtle changes occurring in the structure of the Duat itself. The walls of the underworld seemed to pulse with each movement of the battle, as if the realm of the dead itself responded to the unprecedented concentration of chaotic power. Amenhotep reorganized his spectral troops into a new formation, Heavenly Spear Formation, he commanded, and the souls of the dead warriors positioned themselves in a pattern that mirrored the Orion constellation. Their ethereal weapons began to glow with a synchronized light, channeling the energy of the stars through the underworld. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt a change in the atmosphere. The sacred incense sticks burned with flames of impossible colors, and the hieroglyphs on the walls seemed to move on their own. The younger priests, exhausted but determined, continued their chants, their voices now harmonizing with the very vibrations of the cosmos. Apophis attacked with renewed ferocity. Its mouth, big enough to swallow the sun, opened in a roar that made the souls of the dead tremble. Black venom dripped from its fangs, each drop carrying enough power to corrode reality itself. Ra faced the attack with a calm born of countless battles. He allowed a fraction of the absorbed chaos to flow through his scepter, creating a counterattack that surprised even the serpent. It was a risky tactic, using chaos itself against his avatar. But the sun god knew he needed every advantage he could get. The rowers of the solar barge kept a steady pace, their spectral forms glowing with renewed determination. Each stroke took them closer to the final portals of the Duat, where the sun would need to emerge to bring a new day to the world of the living. Thoth began to recite a complex incantation, his words weaving a web of order around the chaotic serpent. Each syllable was precisely calculated to increase the tension Isis was creating, forcing the chaos to collapse even further into itself. The strategy began to show results. Apophis's massive body, once fluid and unpredictable, was beginning to show signs of rigidity. Their scales, normally flexible, like liquid shadows, became more defined and, consequently, more vulnerable. Amenhotep sensed the opportunity and led his warriors in a coordinated attack. The souls of the righteous dead, still in their star formation, threw their weapons in a single, synchronized movement. The spectral blades, charged with the light of the stars and the blessing of the gods, found their target at the points where Apophis's scales had become most rigid. The impact was impressive. For the first time since the start of the battle, the Chaos Serpent showed true pain. His roar of agony shook the foundations of the Underworld, and waves of chaotic energy emanated from his wounds like black lightning. Ra took advantage of this moment of vulnerability to channel more power through his scepter. The light emanating from him now was not just sunlight, but a combination of divine order and controlled chaos. It was a spectacle, both terrifying and magnificent. The power of creation and destruction united in a single beam of energy. Neferkeperure, without stopping her documentation, noticed something significant. "The wounds," he exclaimed. "They're not healing like they normally do." It was true. The cuts caused by the spectral weapons remained open, leaking a chaotic essence that dissipated into the waters of the Duat. Isis intensified her enchantments, taking advantage of this new weakness. His words of power now focused on the open wounds, using them as anchor points for his containment spells. The goddess's magic penetrated deeper into the serpent's essence than it had ever been able to do before. The battle reached a critical point. Apophis, injured but still terribly powerful, prepared for a desperate attack. Its immense body began to wrap itself around the solar vessel in increasingly tighter spirals, threatening to crush the divine vessel and all of its occupants. The pressure on the boat was immense. The mystical planks that comprised it groaned under the strain, and some of the oarsmen's weakest souls began to falter, their spectral forms flickering like flames in the wind. But no one abandoned their post. Every being present on the boat understood the crucial importance of their mission. The world of the living and the dead seemed to hold its breath as the battle approached its climax. deep within the Duat, where reality was as malleable as dreams, the fate of the cycle of existence itself hung in the balance. The decisive moment had arrived. Ra, aware that he could no longer contain the chaotic energy he had absorbed, made a decision that would change the course of the eternal battle. With a fluid movement, the sun god began to rotate his scepter in a circular pattern, creating a vortex of light that mixed his own divine essence with controlled chaos. Thoth, realizing Ra's intention, quickly began adjusting his enchantments. "My lord," he warned, "if you release all this power at once, there could be unpredictable consequences for the very structure of the Duat." But even as he spoke, the god of wisdom adapted his spells to work in harmony with Ra's plan. Apophis's coils continued to tighten around the solar barge, but now the serpent of chaos showed signs of hesitation. Something about the energy emanating from Ra made her instinctively recoil, as if recognizing a fundamental threat to her very existence. Isis, understanding what was about to happen, began to weave a protective network more complex than any she had ever created. Their enchantments were now not only aimed at protecting the barge and its occupants, but also at containing the explosion of power that was about to be released. Neferkeperur continued her frantic recording, her spectral hands moving with unearthly urgency. "The waters of the Duat," he noted in his scroll, "are beginning to boil with pure energy. It is as if the underworld itself is preparing for something unprecedented." Amenhotep and his dead warriors maintained their star formation, but now their spectral weapons vibrated in resonance with the growing energy of Ra. The souls of the warriors began to shine with a light of their own, as if they were becoming conduits of the divine power that was about to be released. In the temple in Thebes, Amenemhat felt a dramatic shift in cosmic energy. The hieroglyphics on the walls began to glow with their own light, and the air became so thick with mystical power that it was almost impossible to breathe. The younger priests fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they were feeling. Back in the Duat, Ra began speaking in a language older than the gods themselves, words that had not been spoken since the creation of the universe. Each syllable caused ripples in reality, and time itself seemed to falter in its constant flow. Apophis, sensing imminent danger, attempted one last desperate attack. The serpent of chaos threw all of its remaining power against the solar barge, a wave of pure destruction that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the underworld. But it was too late. Ra completed his ancient invocation and, with a definitive movement of his scepter, released all the energy he had accumulated. The power of the sun, combined with the chaos controlled and amplified by the incantations of Thoth and Isis, exploded in a wave of light that transcended divine understanding itself. The impact was beyond anything the Duat had ever witnessed. The wave of power swept through the waters of the underworld like a tsunami of pure light, engulfing everything in its path. Apophis, caught in the center of this explosion of divine energy, was struck with the full force of order and chaos united in a single purpose. The chaos serpent emitted a scream that echoed throughout all dimensions of existence. His massive body, once seemingly indestructible, began to disintegrate under the combined assault of sunlight and controlled chaotic energy. The scales that had withstood countless battles began to dissolve like mist in the sun. Thoth watched in amazement as his scrolls automatically recorded the historic event. "This is more than a victory," he murmured. "It's a transformation." And indeed it was. The energy released was not only defeating Apophis, it was altering his very essence. The souls of the rowers, protected by the enchantments of Isis, kept the boat stable, while waves of power continued to emanate from the point of impact. Neferkeperur documented every detail, her words glowing with their own light as they were written on the spectral parchment. As the light began to fade, an astonishing sight revealed itself. Where Apophis once stood, now floated a different form, still serpentine, but transformed. Chaos had not been destroyed, but rather transmuted into something new, something that was not yet order, but was also no longer pure destruction. Ra, although exhausted by the monumental effort, remained upright in the bow of the boat. His light now shone with a different quality, as if he too had been transformed by the experience. The sun god had found a new way to maintain cosmic balance. The waters of the Duat began to calm, and the first signs of dawn began to appear on the distant horizon. The solar barge, although scarred by battle, continued its journey towards the new day. The souls of the righteous dead, both rowers and warriors, held their posts with renewed pride. Thoth closed his scrolls reverently. "This day will mark the beginning of a new era," he declared. "The cycle continues, but it has fundamentally changed." Isis nodded in agreement, her protective enchantments gradually dissolving as the immediate threat passed. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat watched as the sky began to lighten with the first touch of dawn. The priests, although exhausted, smiled at the sight of the golden rays of the rising sun. They had witnessed, even if indirectly, a fundamental shift in the cosmic balance. The solar barge continued its final journey towards the eastern horizon, where Ra would emerge once again to bring light to the world of the living. But now, both the god and his companions knew that future battles would be different. Chaos would still exist, but it had been transformed, and with it, the very nature of the eternal cycle. Neferkeperur completed her entry with one last observation, and so, on a night that will be remembered for all eternity, the balance between order and chaos was redefined not through total destruction, but through transformation. The sun will rise again, as it always has, but its light now carries a new wisdom, the understanding that even the deepest chaos can be transformed into something that contributes to the harmony of the cosmos. Life in Kansas always followed its own rhythm, marked by the golden sway of the wheat fields and the occasional mooing of the cows on Dorothy's aunt and uncle's farm. The young girl with brown braids and curious eyes lived a simple existence with Aunt Em, Uncle Henry, and their inseparable companion, the little dog Toto. The farm, although modest, was their home, a place where every dawn brought with it the promise of another day of hard work under the scorching sun of the plains. On that particular morning, the sky had a different hue, a deep gray that made Dorothy feel uneasy. Toto, always attentive to his mistress's mood swings, followed in her footsteps with even more dedication than usual. The wind began to blow strangely, making the curtains of the little wooden house dance to a frantic rhythm. Dorothy, Dorothy. Auntie M's voice cut through the air like a warning bell. Come inside right now. There's a tornado coming. The panic in her voice was palpable, something Dorothy rarely witnessed in her ever-so-controlled aunt. The sky darkened even more, and the wind turned into a deafening roar. Dorothy ran into the house with Toto at her heels, but before she could reach the basement, where her aunt and uncle were already sheltering, a particularly strong gust ripped the door off its hinges. The girl felt her feet leave the ground, and in an instant of sheer terror, she realized that she and Toto had been sucked into the cyclone. The world was spinning in a whirlwind of colors and sounds. Dorothy hugged Toto tightly to her chest, closing her eyes tightly, as the whole house swirled in the air like a feather in the wind. Furniture, chickens, fences, everything danced around them in a chaotic waltz. Time seemed to have lost all meaning in that moment, suspended between heaven and earth. When everything finally stopped and silence replaced the roar of the wind, Dorothy slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed was the light, bright, colorful, and completely different from the yellowish light of Kansas. Through the window, she could see a world that seemed to have come straight out of her most fantastic dreams. With hesitant steps, Dorothy approached the crooked door and opened it. What she saw stunned her. Giant flowers in vibrant colors, trees with candied fruit, and even more surprisingly, little people dressed in extraordinarily colorful clothes, who watched her with a mixture of amazement and curiosity. Welcome to the land of Oz, dear liberator, said a melodious voice. An ethereal-looking woman, dressed in a shimmering pink dress and carrying a delicate crown, approached, floating in the air. I'm Glinda, the Good Witch of the North, and you've just rid us of the terrible, wicked witch of the East. Dorothy, still confused, looked where Glinda was pointing, and saw to her horror that her house had landed on someone. Only a pair of feet wearing very shiny ruby shoes appeared under the building. But I didn't want to hurt anyone, Dorothy exclaimed, feeling horrified at the thought of having caused someone's death, even accidentally. Don't worry, dear. Glinda smiled gently. The Wicked Witch of the East had been terrorizing the Munchkins for years. You freed them, and they'll be eternally grateful for that. It was then that Dorothy noticed that the little people, the Munchkins, began to approach their previously fearful faces, now opening into smiles of joy and gratitude. They sang and danced, celebrating their newfound freedom. But how am I going to get home? Dorothy asked, feeling tears forming in her eyes. My aunt and uncle must be very worried. To get back to Kansas, you'll need the help of the great and powerful Wizard of Oz, explained Glinda. He lives in the Emerald City, in the center of Oz. To get there, you have to follow the yellow brick road. With a flick of her wand, Glinda made the Wicked Witch's ruby shoes appear on Dorothy's feet. These magic shoes will protect you on your journey. Never take them off, for they possess a power that even I don't fully understand. Dorothy looked at her sparkling new shoes, and then at the road that stretched out before her, a shining path made of yellow bricks that snaked through that strange and wonderful land. Toto barked excitedly beside her, apparently eager to begin the adventure. Always stay on the yellow brick road, warned Glinda. The journey will be long, and you will meet both friends and dangers along the way. But if you keep your heart pure and your determination strong, you will arrive safely in the Emerald City." With these words, Glinda disappeared in a shimmering pink bubble, leaving Dorothy alone with Toto and the Munchkins, who were still celebrating. The little girl straightened her blue and white dress, checked that her new shoes were tied properly, and took her first step onto the yellow brick road. The sun was shining in an impossibly blue sky, and butterflies the size of dinner plates floated lazily among giant flowers. Dorothy didn't know what awaited her in this magical land, but she was determined to find her way back home. With Toto by her side and ruby shoes on her feet, she began her journey along the yellow brick road, never imagining the extraordinary adventures and unique friends she would meet along the way. The yellow brick road stretched out before Dorothy like a shining golden ribbon under the sun of that strange land. As she walked, she marveled at the peculiar trees that lined the road with leaves in shades of blue and purple that she had never seen. In Kansas, Toto ran ahead of her, occasionally stopping to sniff an exotic flower or chase a sparkling butterfly. As they advanced, the landscape gradually began to change. The colorful fields of the Munchkins gave way to a wilder region with abandoned plantations and broken fences. Dorothy noticed that the sun was beginning to descend over the horizon, painting the sky with orange hues that were vaguely reminiscent of the sunsets on her farm. "Oh, Toto," sighed Dorothy. "I hope we find somewhere safe to spend the night." She had barely finished speaking when she spotted a strange figure in the middle of a cornfield. It was a scarecrow, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be waving. Curious Dorothy approached cautiously. To her complete surprise, the scarecrow was actually moving, and it wasn't just the wind that was making it sway. His painted eyes twinkled, and his stitched mouth opened in a friendly smile. "Hello," said the scarecrow in a cheerful voice. "Would it be too much trouble to help me down from here? I've been stuck on this pole for so long that I've lost count of the days." Dorothy, still stunned, but already beginning to get used to the wonders of Oz, approached to help. Carefully, she untied the ropes that held the scarecrow, who fell to the ground with a soft thud, scattering some straw. "Thanks a lot," he said, getting up and tidying up the straw that had escaped from his patched clothes. "You know it's terrible being stuck in one place, especially when you don't have a brain to think about how to get out." "You don't have a brain?" asked Dorothy in surprise. "Not a single one," replied the scarecrow cheerfully. "When the farmer made me, he filled my head with straw instead of a brain. That's why I'm such a fool." Dorothy watched the scarecrow with sympathy. Despite his peculiar appearance, with his old hat and patched clothes, there was something extremely endearing about his sincere and optimistic personality. "I'm going to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz," Dorothy explained. "I need to ask him to send me back home to Kansas." The scarecrow's painted eyes lit up with a sudden idea. "Do you think this Wizard of Oz could give me a brain?" "I don't know," replied Dorothy honestly. "But you can come with me to find out. It would be nice to have company on the journey." The scarecrow accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, and together they continued along the yellow brick road. Dorothy discovered that her new friend, even without a brain, was an excellent conversationalist. He told stories about his life in the cornfield, about the crows that used to mock him, and about his dreams of one day being able to think deeply about things. As evening approached, they found a small wood by the side of the road. The Scarecrow helped Dorothy gather fruit for dinner and organized a comfortable place for her to sleep using soft leaves as a mattress. "Don't worry about me," he said when Dorothy asked if he needed to rest too. "I never sleep. I'll just sit here and try to think, even if I'm not very good at it." During the night, Dorothy slept peacefully, knowing that her new friend was on guard. Toto snuggled up next to her, and for the first time since arriving in Oz, she felt truly safe. As the sun rose, they resumed their journey. The Scarecrow proved to be a valuable companion, helping Dorothy through difficult stretches of road and keeping her spirits high with his optimistic observations about everything they saw. "You know," he said as they walked, "even without a brain, I can see that you're a very special girl, Dorothy. It's not just anyone who would help a strange scarecrow stuck on a pole." Dorothy blushed at the compliment. "And you're much cleverer than you think," she replied. "You've had several brilliant ideas since we started traveling together." The Scarecrow shook his head, causing a few strands of straw to fall out. "They're just lucky guesses. Just imagine what I could do with a real brain." They continued, walking along the road, which now meandered through a denser area of forest. The trees seemed older and darker here, with twisted branches that formed arches over the road. Dorothy noticed that Toto was more restless, keeping closer to her feet. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound coming from between the trees, something that sounded like a metallic groan. The Scarecrow and Dorothy exchanged curious glances. "Should we investigate?" asked Dorothy hesitantly. "Well, if I had a brain, I'd probably know if that was a good idea," replied the Scarecrow. "But since I don't, all I can say is that it sounds interesting." Cautiously, they veered a little off the yellow brick road, following the mysterious sound. What they would encounter would be just the first of many surprising encounters that awaited Dorothy on her journey through the land of Oz, a land where each new friend seemed to have their own special wish to fulfill. Following the metallic sound, Dorothy and the Scarecrow came across an impressive figure, a man made entirely of tin standing motionless like a statue. His eyes moved, watching them with an expression of silent supplication. Beside him was a small rusty axe lying in the grass. The Tin Man tried to speak, but only muffled sounds escaped from his metallic mouth. "He's trying to tell us something," exclaimed Dorothy, approaching cautiously. She then noticed an old watering can hanging from a nearby tree. "Scarecrow, do you think he needs oil?" "If I had a brain, I'd know for sure," replied the Scarecrow. "But it sounds like a good idea." Dorothy picked up the watering can and carefully began to apply oil to the Tin Man's rusty joints. First his mouth, then his neck, arms and legs. Gradually he began to move the creaking, diminishing, until he could speak and move freely. "Thank you very much," said the Tin Man, his metallic voice laden with gratitude. "I've been standing here for so long that I thought I'd never move again. It was the rain that completely rusted me." "How did that happen?" asked Dorothy, fascinated by the glowing figure in front of her. The Tin Man sighed, a sound reminiscent of the wind blowing up a chimney. "I was an ordinary lumberjack made of flesh and blood, like you, but I was in love with a young Munchkin girl, and I promised to marry her. Unfortunately, the Wicked Witch of the East didn't want her to marry me, So she bewitched my axe so that it would cut off parts of my body. Each time this happened, I went to a tinker who replaced the missing part with tin until I became completely metal. What a sad story, Dorothy exclaimed. And what happened to your love? That's the worst of it, he replied wistfully. When I became completely tin, I discovered that I no longer had a heart. Without it, I couldn't love the girl anymore, and she ended up marrying someone else. The Scarecrow, who was listening attentively to the story, commented, At least you have a brain. I'd give anything to have one. A brain is nice, agreed the Tin Man, but I'd rather have a heart. You can't imagine how sad it is not to be able to love, not to feel joy or sadness. Dorothy had an idea. We're going to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz. I'm going to ask to come home, and the Scarecrow is going to ask for a brain. Why don't you come with us? Maybe the wizard can give you a heart. The Tin Man's metallic eyes shone with hope. Would you really accept me as a traveling companion? Of course, replied the Scarecrow enthusiastically. The more the merrier. Thus, the now enlarged group resumed their journey along the yellow brick road. The Tin Man carried his newly oiled axe, which could be useful for clearing a path through the increasingly dense forest. Dorothy found that her two companions complemented each other perfectly. The Scarecrow's natural optimism balanced out the Tin Man's melancholy tendencies. As they advanced, the forest became darker and more frightening. Twisted branches seemed to form sinister faces, and strange sounds echoed between the trees. Toto kept close to Dorothy's feet, occasionally growling into the shadows. Do you think there are any dangerous animals around here? Asked Dorothy, gripping the basket she was carrying tighter. Probably, replied the Tin Man. I've heard stories about lions and tigers and bears living in these forests. Oh dear, exclaimed Dorothy. Don't worry, assured the Tin Man, raising his axe. I can protect us from any beast, even without a heart. The Scarecrow added, and I can distract any animal while you run away. After all, what's the worst that can happen to me? I'm just straw. His words had barely been uttered when a mighty roar echoed through the forest, making the trees shake. Toto ran to hide behind Dorothy, who froze in place. Tin Man raised his axe in a defensive position, while Scarecrow searched frantically for the source of the sound. Suddenly, a huge lion leapt onto the road in front of them, its claws outstretched and golden mane swaying menacingly. Its yellow eyes blazed with ferocity as it prepared to attack. Toto, in a moment of bravery or foolishness, stepped out from behind Dorothy and started barking at the beast. The lion, to everyone's surprise, jumped back and started crying, Please, don't let that monster attack me, begged the lion between sobs, referring to little Toto. Dorothy the Scarecrow and the Tin Man looked at each other stunned. There was the king of beasts, trembling with fear of a puppy. The situation was so absurd that Dorothy couldn't help but laugh. You're a cowardly lion, she exclaimed, still laughing. The lion wiped his tears with the tip of his tail. I know it's terrible, isn't it? I'm a disgrace to the whole lion race. I've always been like this ever since I was a cub. I'm afraid of everything. But you're so big and strong, argued the Scarecrow. What's the point of being strong on the outside when you're a coward on the inside? Lamented the lion. All the other animals expect me to be brave because I'm a lion, but I'm actually afraid even of my own shadow. Dorothy felt sorry for the poor creature. It was strange to see such a majestic animal reduced to tears. "We're going to see the Wizard of Oz," she said gently. "Maybe he can give you courage." The lion's eyes lit up. "Do you think he would?" "Why not?" replied the Tin Man. "He'll give me a heart and a brain for the Scarecrow." "And if he can do all that," added the Scarecrow, "he can certainly give courage to a lion." The lion dried his last tears and managed a small smile. "Can I come with you? Then I promise I won't be too much of a burden." And so the group gained another member. Young Dorothy, the brainless Scarecrow, the heartless Tin Man, the cowardly lion, and little Toto, an unlikely company united by the desire to fulfill their deepest dreams. The yellow brick road stretched ahead of them, taking them ever closer to the mysterious Emerald City and the mighty Wizard of Oz. However, none of them could have imagined the adventures and dangers they would still face before reaching their destination. With the group now complete, the journey along the yellow brick road took on a new rhythm. The lion, despite his fearful nature, provided an additional sense of security when he wasn't hiding behind bushes at the slightest suspicious noise. Dorothy discovered that her companions, even with their apparent flaws, were an extraordinary team. As they advanced, the landscape began to change dramatically. The dense forest gave way to a more arid and rocky terrain. The sky, once a vibrant blue, took on darker, more threatening tones. Dorothy couldn't help but notice that her ruby shoes shone more brightly in this gloomy environment. "Something's not right," muttered the Tin Man, gripping his axe tighter. "The air feels different." The Scarecrow, trying to maintain his usual optimism, commented, "If I had a brain, I'd probably know what's wrong. But at least the road is still here to guide us." Suddenly, a flock of giant black crows crossed the sky, their wings producing a deafening sound. The lion immediately crouched down, trembling. "It's the messengers of the Wicked Witch of the West," exclaimed a voice from a nearby tree. Everyone turned to see a small winged monkey, different from the crows, hiding among the branches. "The witch knows you're coming. She wants the girl's ruby shoes." Dorothy felt a shiver run down her spine. Glinda had mentioned that the shoes were powerful, but hadn't explained exactly why. Before they could question the winged monkey any further, it flapped its wings and disappeared into the dark sky. "We mustn't let ourselves be intimidated," declared the Tin Man, although his metallic voice trembled slightly. "We've come too far to give up now." The group continued their journey, but now with greater caution. The Scarecrow often tripped over loose stones, scattering some straw along the way, which the Tin Man patiently helped to collect. The lion, despite his constant fear, kept his senses sharp for any sign of real danger. As the afternoon progressed, they came to an area where huge rocks formed a natural gorge. The yellow brick road snaked between the rock formations, creating unsettling shadows. "Maybe we should look for another way," suggested the lion, his voice trembling. "This place looks perfect for an ambush." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous sound echoed through the gorge. Large boulders began to tumble down the steep walls. The Tin Man quickly pushed Dorothy to one side, shielding her with his metallic body, while the Scarecrow pulled Toto to the safety of a small cave. The lion, surprising everyone, and especially himself, roared with all his might and leapt over a particularly large rock that was about to crush his friends, deflecting it with his powerful paws. "You saved our lives," exclaimed Dorothy, hugging the lion as soon as the dust had settled. That was very brave. The lion blinked, surprised at his own action. I didn't even think. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Sometimes true courage isn't not being afraid, observed the Scarecrow, shaking the dust off his straw, but acting even though you're afraid. An evil laugh echoed through the gorge, and a menacing green figure appeared in the sky, riding a broom. The Wicked Witch of the West looked at them with eyes gleaming with evil. Did you think you could cross my territory without consequences? She sneered. Give me the ruby shoes, and maybe I'll let you continue your foolish journey. The Tin Man stepped forward, raising his axe. Never those shoes belong to. Dorothy. The witch let out another laugh, then prepared to face even worse consequences. With a flick of her broom, she disappeared in a cloud of green sulphurous smoke. We need to keep moving, said Dorothy, with determination. Although her voice betrayed her fear, the Emerald City can't be too far away now. The group moved on, more united than ever. The Tin Man kept his axe ready. The Scarecrow watched the sky intently, and the lion, inspired by his moment of bravery, walked with his head held a little higher. At dusk, they found a small oasis near the road with a spring of crystal clear water. While Dorothy and Toto rested, the Tin Man stood guard. The Scarecrow collected fruit for dinner, and the lion, surprised at himself, made rounds of the camp's perimeter. You know, said the lion, returning from one of his rounds. Even though I'm still afraid, I feel that with you, I'm stronger. Maybe I don't need to be brave on my own. The Tin Man nodded. And even without a heart, I feel something special for all of you. Is that friendship? If I had a brain, added the Scarecrow, I could explain why we've become so close. But even without it, I know I've found a real family. Dorothy smiled, feeling warmed by the affection of her unusual friends. The Wicked Witch of the West might be powerful, but there was something even stronger uniting that peculiar group, a bond forged through adversity and strengthened by a shared determination to make their dreams come true. The night advanced, and the stars of Oz, different from those of Kansas, shone in the sky like diamonds. Dorothy fell asleep to the sound of the Scarecrow humming softly, the occasional creak of the Tin Man's joints, and the lion's soft snores. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, but together they knew they could overcome any obstacle the Wicked Witch of the West put in their way. Dawn brought with it a greenish sky on the horizon, not the menacing green of the Wicked Witch of the West, but a soft, shimmering glow that made Dorothy's eyes widen in amazement. In the distance, emerging from the morning mist, was the Emerald City. It's even more beautiful than I imagined, exclaimed Dorothy, observing the towers and domes that glittered like jewels in the light of the rising sun. The group resumed their journey with renewed vigor. The Tin Man had spent the night polishing his metallic surface until it shone. The Scarecrow had adjusted his stubble to look more presentable, and even the lion had tried combing his mane with his claws, although the result was somewhat disheveled. As they approached the city, the yellow brick road became wider and more manicured. Fields of red poppies stretched out on either side, their sweet scent filling the air. Dorothy felt her eyes grow heavy. Something's wrong, warned the Tin Man, noticing Dorothy staggering. Those flowers, they look bewitched. The lion also began to yawn, his steps getting slower. I'm so sleepy. It's the witch's magic, cried the Scarecrow. poppies are enchanted to make you sleep forever. The Tin Man, who couldn't be affected by the scent of the flowers because he couldn't breathe quickly, took Dorothy in his arms. The Scarecrow tried to help the lion, but he was too light to support the weight of the big cat who had already fallen into a deep sleep. "We've got to get them out of here," exclaimed the Tin Man, carrying Dorothy and Toto, who had also fallen asleep. With a joint effort, the Tin Man and the Scarecrow managed to drag their friends out of the poppy field. As soon as they reached a safe area of green grass, silver snow began to fall gently on them, more magic from Glinda the Good Witch to break the poppy's spell. Dorothy and Toto woke up first, followed by the lion, who looked ashamed to have succumbed to the spell. "Some king of beasts I am," he muttered. "It's not your fault," consoled Dorothy. "It was the witch's black magic." Finally, they reached the gates of the Emerald City. They were huge, made of pure emerald, and decorated with intricate golden carvings. A guard wearing green glasses answered them through a small window. "No one can enter without wearing the special glasses," he explained, handing out pairs of glasses with green lenses to each of them. "The glitter of the emeralds can blind visitors." Once properly equipped, the gates opened to reveal a city that seemed straight out of a dream. Everything from the sidewalks to the tallest buildings was made of polished emerald. Elegantly dressed inhabitants walked through the streets all wearing the same green glasses. They were led to the central palace, an imposing structure that made the other buildings look small in comparison. In the great throne room, they were greeted by an official who informed them that the great Oz would attend to each of them separately. Dorothy was the first to enter the throne room. To her surprise, she found only a large, floating head, shiny and frightening. "I am Oz, the great and terrible," thundered the head. "Why do you seek me?" In a trembling but determined voice, Dorothy explained her story and her desire to return home. The wizard listened in silence and then made his proposal. "I will help you and your friends, but first you must do me a service. Bring me the broom of the Wicked Witch of the West." Each of the friends had their own private audience with Oz, who appeared differently. To each of them, a beautiful woman. To the Tin Man, a terrible beast. To the lion, and a fireball to the Scarecrow. For everyone he made the same demand, the witch's broom. Gathered together again, they shared their experiences and the terrible task they had been set. "How are we going to get the broom?" asked the lion, trembling. "The witch is too powerful." "Together," replied Dorothy firmly. "We've made it this far by facing all the obstacles. We can't give up now." The group set off towards the witch's territory. The next day, their hopes pinned on a seemingly impossible mission. The Tin Man sharpened his axe, the Scarecrow planned, strategies even without a brain. And the lion, although frightened, was determined to protect his friends. As they drove away from the Emerald City, Dorothy looked at her companions and realized something important. The Scarecrow was already showing great intelligence in his plans. The Tin Man had more heart than many flesh and blood beings, and the lion had proved his courage many times over. Maybe, she thought, what we're looking for is already inside us. We just need to believe. The sun was setting over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Ahead of them, dark clouds gathered over the castle of the Wicked Witch of the West, like an omen of the challenge that awaited them. Dorothy pressed the ruby shoes to her feet, feeling their mysterious power. Toto barked bravely, as if he understood the importance of the mission. United by fate and strengthened by friendship, the unlikely heroes marched towards their last and most dangerous adventure. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise that no matter the outcome, they would face whatever lay ahead together. After all, the real magic was not in the ruby shoes or the witch's powers, but in the bonds they had forged along their extraordinary journey. The waters of the Mediterranean danced beneath the golden twilight when Adonis, a young Phoenician fisherman, first felt the divine presence of Melkart. The sea air carried a different scent that night, a mix of salt and incense that made his senses sharpen. His brown eyes, used to scanning the horizon in search of shoals, now contemplated a majestic figure emerging from the waves as if woven from the sea foam itself. Melkart, the lord of the city, manifested before him with the grandeur of a storm contained in human form. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, but his words flowed with the smoothness of a sea breeze. Adonis, son of the sea, you have been chosen to lead a sacred journey, the deity proclaimed, his eyes shining like sunken stars. The young fisherman was not alone in his small boat that night. His lifelong companions, Karim and Bashir, trembled at the divine manifestation, but stood firm, their calloused hands gripping their fishing nets. The three friends, raised together on the beaches of Phoenicia, always dreamed of something bigger than their simple lives as fishermen, but they never imagined that they would be touched by divine grace. Beyond the horizon, continued Melkart, there lies a rocky island where destiny awaits. There you will raise the greatest city the Mediterranean has ever known, a port that will unite distant lands, where commerce will flourish like flowers in a divine garden. As he spoke, images of the future city danced over the waters like reflections from a dream. The news spread quickly along the Phoenician coast. Soon, other fishermen and artisans joined the cause, forming a flotilla of small boats. Among them was Sapphira, a young architect whose green eyes carried the same intensity as the sea. Her presence caused an initial buzz, a woman among Melkart's chosen, but her construction knowledge soon proved invaluable. The journey began at dawn on a cloudless day. Dozens of boats crossed the waters towards the horizon, guided by the ethereal presence of Melkart, who appeared as a column of golden light over the waves. However, the initial tranquility was just a prelude to the challenges to come. At noon, dark clouds began to form in the sky, bringing with them biting winds that seemed unnatural. "It's Yam!" shouted one of the older fishermen, recognizing the fury of the sea god. "He doesn't want us to build a city in his domain." The waves grew like liquid mountains, threatening to swallow the small boats. Melkart, manifesting all his divine power, rose above the waters in his true form, a colossal warrior bearing a bronze trident. His clash with Yam's forces was spectacular. Lightning cut across the sky, and the sea itself seemed to boil with the intensity of the divine conflict. Adonis and his companions struggled to keep the boats together, using all their maritime experience. Sapphira, demonstrating unexpected courage, coordinated efforts to tie the vessels together, forming a more resistant structure against the storm. Amidst the chaos, sea creatures emerged from the depths, beings that were half fish, half snake, with scales that gleamed like polished metal. They were Yam's servants, sent to terrorize mortals who dared challenge his rule. Karim, always the most impetuous of the group, led the defense against the creatures, using harpoons and nets to keep them at bay. The battle seemed endless, but Melkart prevailed. With a blow of his trident, he dispersed the storm clouds and calmed the waters. The sea creatures dove back into the depths, leaving only ripples on the surface as evidence of their existence. When calm returned, the sailors realized that the ordeal had taken them exactly where they needed to be. On the horizon, the island, prophesied by Melkart, emerged, a rocky outcrop that rose from the waters like a natural fortress. "This is just the first test," Melkart announced, his voice echoing over the now calm waters. "The construction of Tyre will require more than physical courage. It will require ingenuity, persistence, and faith." Saphira was already starting to visualize how those rocks would transform into a floating city. His nimble fingers traced schemes on the damp wood of the boat as he explained his ideas to the others. "We can create floating platforms anchored to rocks," she proposed, her eyes lighting up at the possibility. "And on top of them, we will build structures that appear to emerge from the sea itself." Adonis observed the island with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. The challenge seemed impossible, to transform that inhospitable rock into the largest commercial city in the Mediterranean. But feeling Melkart's comforting presence and seeing the determination in his companion's eyes, he knew they were on the right path. Bashir, always the most contemplative of the group, noticed something peculiar about the rock formations. "See," he pointed out, "the rocks form patterns that look like natural dikes. It's as if the island itself is waiting for us." The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with colors that seemed to be an omen of future glory. The sailors began to prepare camp in the lower parts of the island, while Melkart looked on approvingly. The first night in their new home would be one of planning and dreaming, but also of vigilance, for everyone knew that Yam would not be the only god to oppose the construction of Tyre. The full moon illuminated the waters as Adonis gathered everyone around a makeshift fire. "Tomorrow," he declared, his voice carrying a newfound authority, "we begin to build not just a city, but a legacy that will last for millennia." Dawn brought with it new energy to the rocky island. The first rays of sunlight revealed the true challenge that awaited them, transforming that mass of stone into a floating city worthy of the gods. Saphira was already on her feet before everyone else, her skillful fingers tracing plans in the damp sand as she muttered calculations to herself. "The sea currents here are peculiar," she observed as Adonis approached, still drowsy. "We can use them to our advantage to create natural channels between the platforms we will build." His green eyes shone with the enthusiasm of someone who sees possibilities where others see only obstacles. Karim and Bashir organized the other fishermen into work groups. Some began mapping the rock formations, others prepared ropes and tools brought from the boats. The maritime knowledge of these men would be fundamental to understanding how the city could coexist with the sea. Melkart manifested again. this time as a gentle breeze carrying ancient knowledge in dreams shared the night before. He had shown everyone never before seen construction techniques, methods for creating submerged foundations using a special mixture of lime, volcanic sand, and seawater that hardened underwater. The mixture must be precise, Saphira explained to the artisans gathered around her. 3 parts of lime to 2 of volcanic sand, and the seawater must be added little by little, as if we were preparing bread. His hands demonstrated movements as he spoke, transforming divine knowledge into practical instructions. Work began immediately. Temporary platforms were built around the lower rocks, serving as bases for the construction of permanent foundations. The sound of hammers and determined voices echoed across the island as everyone worked towards a common purpose. However, not everything went smoothly. During the afternoon, a group of workers discovered that some of the rocks that appeared solid were actually hollow inside, creating treacherous underwater caves. It's as if something or someone has dug these passages, Bashir murmured, always paying attention to the less obvious signs. Saphira quickly adapted her plans. We can use these caves to our advantage, she declared. They will serve as natural channels to distribute the weight of structures and create protected harbors. His ability to turn obstacles into advantages impressed everyone. As the work continued, curious sea creatures began to approach. These were not the menacing beasts sent by Yam, but smaller, friendlier beings, dolphins that played among the platforms under construction, and small luminescent creatures that seemed to dance in the shallow waters. They are Melkart's messengers, explained one of the older fishermen. They came to help us understand the currents and moods of the sea. In fact, by observing the behavior of these beings, the builders began to identify patterns in the waters that would be crucial to the project. At dusk, an extraordinary discovery excited all the workers. During the excavation of one of the foundations, they found fragments of ancient pottery with mysterious inscriptions. They are older than our own civilization, Adonis observed, carefully holding one of the pieces. Saphira examined the inscriptions in the light of the setting sun. They appear to be instructions, or perhaps prophecies, she said, tracing the symbols with her fingers. As if someone, a long time ago, knew we were coming to build here. The night brought with it a moment of reflection. Gathered around the fire again, the builders shared stories and dreams. Some spoke of families left behind on the shore, others of the visions Melkart sent them in their sleep. We're not just building a city, Karim said, his voice carrying deep conviction. We are creating a new kind of life, one that unites land and sea in a way that has never been seen before. While the others rested, Saphira continued working in the moonlight, refining her designs. Adonis found her still poring over her plans when most of them were asleep. You need to rest, he said gently. How can I rest when every moment brings a new idea? She replied, her eyes shining with excitement. Look at this. If we change the angle of these support structures, we can create a series of natural breakwaters that will protect the harbor even during the worst storms. The moonlight danced over the waters, creating patterns that seemed to reflect Saphira's drawings. It was as if the sea itself was collaborating with his plans. whispering secrets through the gentle waves. The next morning, new challenges awaited them. The special mixture for the foundations needed to be tested on a larger scale, and the sea currents needed to be studied in more detail. But there was a pervasive sense of progress, that every stone laid, every foundation built, brought them a little closer to their divine goal. The city will grow like a choir, explained Sapphira to the workers gathered for another day of work. Slowly, but with strength and purpose, each new structure will build on the previous ones, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. And so, under Melkart's watchful eye and Sapphira's tireless guidance, the transformation of the rocky island of Tyre began to take shape. Each dawn brought new challenges and discoveries, but also the growing certainty that they were participating in something truly extraordinary, the creation of a city that would defy not only the laws of nature, but time itself. As the days turned into weeks, progress in the construction of Tyre began to take visible form. The first floating platforms, firmly anchored to the rocks using Melkart's innovative mixture, proved extraordinarily resilient. However, new challenges emerged with each achievement achieved. One morning, while supervising the construction of a new section of the city, Sapphira noticed something disturbing in the waters. Dark spots moved beneath the surface, different from the usual shadows of the friendly dolphins that accompanied them. "Adonis," she called, her voice thick with urgency. "Something is approaching." From the depths, creatures emerged that none of those present had ever seen. Mermaids, not the beautiful singers of legend, but predators with sharp teeth and claws capable of tearing metal. They were Yam's new emissaries, sent not to destroy, but to corrupt and sabotage. "Protect the foundations," shouted Karim, quickly mobilizing the workers. The mermaids began scratching and slashing at the underwater structures, looking for weak points in the revolutionary construction mix. Their songs, unlike the seductive melodies of the legends, were high-pitched screams that reverberated through the structure of the nascent city. Bashir, watching the attack, noticed a pattern. "They are avoiding the areas where we installed the protection crystals," he exclaimed, referring to the special stones that Melkart had instructed them to place at strategic points. Sapphira immediately understood the importance of this observation. "We need to create a protective perimeter," she declared, already scribbling new schemes. "A network of interconnected crystals that surrounds the entire submerged structure." It was a significant adjustment to the original project, but necessary for the city's survival. As workers mobilized to implement the new defense, Adonis led a group of fishermen in a risky maneuver, using their nets strengthened with bronze threads, another gift from Melkart's knowledge. They began to surround the mermaids, forcing them to retreat into the deep waters. The conflict lasted for hours, with the creatures carrying out successive attacks against different parts of the city under construction. But with each attack, Tyre's defenders learned and adapted their strategies. Sapphire, working tirelessly, developed new methods of reinforcing the structures, while Karim and his men kept the mermaids at bay. By dusk, when the last of the sea creatures finally withdrew, the city had suffered damage, but remained standing. Most importantly, its builders had learned valuable lessons about how to strengthen their defenses. Every challenge makes us stronger, Bashir reflected as he helped assess the damage. It's as if Yam is unintentionally teaching us how to build an even more resilient city. The night brought not only rest, but also revelations. In shared dreams, Melkart showed the builders visions of how to integrate natural and mystical elements into their defenses. The seawater, which Yam intended to use against them, could be turned into an ally through specially designed channels that would disperse the energy of future attacks. Saphira worked throughout the night, incorporating these new ideas into the designs. See how the channels intertwine? She explained to the others the next morning. When completed, they will create a flow of energy that will not only protect the city, but also strengthen our structures. Reconstruction and strengthening work began immediately. Now, each new section of the city was built with multiple layers of protection, physical, through improved engineering, and mystical, through crystals and energy channels. During this period, something unexpected began to happen. The dolphins that had accompanied them from the beginning began to bring up objects from the depths, fragments of ancient pottery, similar to those found previously, but also natural crystals that possessed properties similar to those provided by Melkart. It's as if the sea itself is helping us, Karim observed as he examined one of the crystals. Maybe not all sea creatures follow Yam. As the city's defenses grew stronger, workers began to notice subtle changes in their environment. The waters around the structures seemed clearer, more alive. Fish of species never seen before began to appear, creating their own habitats in the city's underwater structures. We're not just building a city, Saphira said, watching this new ecosystem develop. We are creating a new kind of harmony between land and sea. Adonis, contemplating the progress made, felt a new determination rise in his chest. The sirens' attacks, although devastating at the time, had served to further unite the builders of Tyre. Each person now understood their role not only in the physical construction of the city, but also in its spiritual protection. The following weeks were intense, but productive work. New construction techniques, combining innovative engineering with mystical protection, proved even more effective than the originals. The city began to take on a form that reflected this duality. Structures that seemed to emerge organically from the sea, but carried within them an impressive strength and resistance. Fishermen, now also builders and guardians, developed new fishing methods that respected the delicate balance they were creating. Their nets were cast with more precision, avoiding disturbing the creatures that had chosen to make Tyre their home. Each day brings new understanding, Bashir reflected. One night, as the group rested after another day of work, about the sea, about construction, about ourselves. And so, under Melkart's watchful eye, Tyre continued its transformation. Each challenge overcome not only strengthened its physical structures, but also the spirit of its builders. The city was becoming more than a commercial port. It was a testament to the harmony possible between human ambitions and the forces of nature. As the months passed, the floating city of Tyre began to gain more defined contours. Innovative construction techniques, combined with Melkart's divine protection, had transformed the rocky island into a spectacle of engineering and faith. However, a new threat was approaching, more subtle and dangerous than previous attacks. Saphira was the first to notice the signs. During his morning inspections, he noticed that some of the newly built structures had small cracks that shouldn't be there. Something is altering the composition of our special mixture, she explained to Adonis, her brow furrowed in concern. Investigating further, Bashir discovered the presence of tiny marine organisms that appeared to have been magically altered. They are like worms, but they glow with a greenish light when touched, he reported, and they appear to feed directly on construction materials. Karim organized groups of divers to examine the extent of the problem. What they found was disturbing. Entire colonies of these strange beings had taken up residence in the underwater foundations. It's as if someone is trying to weaken the city from within, observed one of the divers. Melkart manifested during a collective dream, revealing that these creatures were the work of Dagon, an ancient sea deity who had allied himself with Yam. They seek to undermine our strength through patience and subtlety, warned the protective god of Tyre. The battle is now against an enemy we cannot see directly. Saphira spent days developing a solution, working with the divine knowledge imparted by Melkart and her own construction experience. She created a new variation of the original mixture, incorporating extracts of certain algae that the dolphins had brought up from the depths. Algae has natural properties that repel these organisms, she explained to the builders. But we need to apply the treatment to the entire submerged structure, and quickly. It was a monumental task that would require everyone's cooperation. Adonis led the organization of the most complex work ever undertaken in Tyre. Teams of divers took turns day and night, applying the new protective mixture. Other groups worked on the surface, preparing materials and coordinating efforts. During this intense period of work, something extraordinary began to happen. The friendly sea creatures that had made Tyre their home, colorful fish, dolphins, and even some unknown species, seemed to understand the importance of the task. They began to naturally move harmful organisms away from certain areas, creating safe zones for divers to work. It's as if we are building not just a city, but a new form of community, noted Bashir, as he observed this unique collaboration between humans and sea creatures, one where all beings have their role in protecting the whole. The work was exhausting and dangerous. Some divers have reported encounters with shadowy beings in the deeper waters, servants of Dagon who sought to thwart their efforts. But Melkart's constant presence, manifested through underwater lights that guided the workers, kept everyone's courage up. Sapphire rarely rested, constantly refining and adjusting the protective formula as new challenges arose. His hair, previously black as night, began to show silver strands, a testament to the effort and dedication that the task required. Every problem we face teaches us something new, she said one night, as she shared a simple meal with Adonis. We are learning not just to build on the sea, but to live in harmony with it. As the treatment progressed, subtle changes began to be noticed in the city's very structure. The treated areas not only resisted harmful organisms, but appeared stronger, more integrated into the marine environment. It was as if the city was developing its own way of life. See how the patterns on the stones have changed, Karim pointed out during an inspection. The treated surfaces displayed complex designs reminiscent of ancient Phoenician writing, as if the city itself was telling its story. The builder's dreams also began to change. In addition to the technical visions sent by Melkart, they now shared glimpses of Tyre's future, ships from distant lands docking in its ports, merchants exchanging exotic wares, knowledge of different cultures mingling in the floating streets. We're not just saving the city, Bashir reflected one night, watching the stars reflected in the calm waters. We are paving the way for something bigger than ourselves. Protection work continued tirelessly, with each small victory being celebrated by the community. Bonds between builders have strengthened even further during this period of shared challenge. Stories were told around nighttime bonfires. Songs were composed about their struggles and conquests. Little by little, signs of the infestation began to diminish. The treated structures not only resisted harmful organisms, but appeared to naturally repel them. It was as if the city itself had developed its own immune system. Tyre is becoming more than a city, Adonis observed, contemplating the progress made. It is a living being that breathes with the tides and pulsates with the energy of everyone who contributed to its construction. The decisive moment in the construction of Tyre was approaching. The city's defenses had been strengthened, its builders united by challenges overcome. But Melkart knew that a final test awaited its creation. During a full moon night, the god appeared to Adonis in a vision more vivid than any before. The moment of true trial approaches, Melkart announced, his voice echoing like waves against rocks. Yam and Dagon will gather their forces for one last attack. The city must be ready not only to resist, but to transcend. Saphira, who in recent months had become more than an architect, she was now a kind of priestess of the city, immediately understood the meaning of the divine words. He worked tirelessly with Adonis and the other leaders to prepare Tyre for what was to come. The energy channels we build are not just for protection, she explained, drawing complex lines on her maps. When fully activated, they will transform Tyre into a beacon of divine power. His green eyes shone with the ancient knowledge that Melkart had shared through dreams. The preparation involved the entire community. Karim trained groups of defenders to respond to attacks from any direction. Bashir, with his deep understanding of marine currents, developed systems to predict and redirect storms. Each inhabitant of Tyre found his role in protecting the city. The signs of the impending attack began subtly. First, the dolphins that always accompanied the builders disappeared. The sea, usually full of life around the city's structures, became eerily silent. The water took on a darker color, as if underwater shadows were gathering in the depths. They're trying to isolate us, Bashir noted, studying the changes in currents. They want to make us feel alone and vulnerable. But the inhabitants of Tyre were no longer the same insecure fishermen who had started this journey. Months of challenges and achievements had strengthened them. The attack began at dawn. The sea rose in monstrous waves, as sea creatures of all types, from warlike mermaids to corrosive worms, emerged to assault the city. In the sky, black clouds instantly formed, bringing with them lightning that seemed to specifically target the most important structures. But Tyre was prepared. The energy channels that Saphira had designed began to glow with a blue-green light, forming a protective network that extended both above and below the water's surface. The city's reinforced structures not only withstood the impacts, but appeared to absorb and redistribute the energy of the attacks. Adonis coordinated the city's defense with a calm that inspired everyone around him. "Hold your positions." His voice sounded clear, even in the midst of the chaos. "The city is stronger than they know." In the midst of the battle, something extraordinary began to happen. The very structures of Tyre seemed to respond to the threat, pulsing with an energy of their own. The patterns on the treated stones glowed like underwater constellations, creating barriers of light that repelled hostile creatures. Sapphire, positioned in the center of the city, began an ancient chant that Melkart had taught in dreams. Others joined her, and soon the sound of hundreds of voices rose above the roar of battle. The vibrations of the chant seemed to synchronize with the city's light patterns, amplifying its protective power. It was at this moment that Yam and Dagon manifested in their divine forms, the former as a colossal whirlwind of dark water, the latter as a serpentine figure covered in ancient scales. Their combined attack caused the very foundation of the city to shake. But Melkart also revealed himself in all his divine glory, emerging from the very structures of Tyre, as if the city were an extension of his being. The ensuing battle was beyond mortal comprehension. Primordial forces clashing above and below the waters. The builders of Tyre were not mere spectators. Each one played their role in the city's defense, keeping the energy channels active, reinforcing weak points, fighting creatures that managed to penetrate the defenses. It was a coordinated dance of protection and resistance. Karim led a group of divers in a risky maneuver, using special nets to capture and neutralize the most dangerous creatures. Bashir, with his knowledge of currents, helped create whirlpools that deflected the most destructive attacks. As the battle intensified, something unexpected occurred. The structures of Tyre began to emit a harmonious sound, as if the city itself was singing. This sound grew in intensity until it became a tangible force that repelled the negative energies of Yam and Dagon. "The city is alive," exclaimed Saphira, amazed. "She has become more than we ever dreamed of." Her words carried a profound truth. Tyre had transcended its status as a mere construct to become a conscious entity, a being that united the divine and the mortal. The battle reached its climax when Melkart, amplified by the power of the living city, struck a blow that scattered the forces of Yam and Dagon. The dark waters dissipated, the hostile creatures fled, and the sky began to lighten. When calm returned, the inhabitants of Tyre looked at their city with new eyes. The structures now gently pulsed with an inner light. The energetic channels flowed like veins of divine power, and a sense of deep peace permeated every stone. Melkart appeared one last time, not as a devastating force, but as a comforting presence that touched each builder. "You have not just built a city," he declared. You have created a new kind of existence, a place where the divine and mortal coexist in harmony. Saphira, Adonis, Karim, Bashir, and everyone else understood that their work had been much more than an architectural achievement. They had participated in the birth of something unique, a living city that would serve as a beacon of hope and possibility for future generations. And so, Tyre emerged from its final ordeal not only as the greatest commercial city in the Mediterranean, but as a testament to what is possible when faith, ingenuity, and determination come together in a common purpose. Its lights would continue to shine through the centuries, guiding navigators and inspiring dreamers, an eternal reminder of the power of harmony between the divine and mortal.